call to the audience to the appointments 8.1 to 8.6, followed by 9.1, 9.2, 8.8.
Correct.
And then we will skip tonight's board member activity reports and save that for the next board meeting. Any objection from the board members? All right, I'll take that as unanimous consent. All right. Dr. Trujillo, I think the meeting continues with you for your awards and recognitions.
Yes, awards and recognitions tonight. We're going to kick things off with two outstanding people that have contributed in their own unique way to the success and the service of our district. First, I'd like to recognize the contributions of a community member whose service to the district will have a lasting effect. A lot of you know that the district does have an audit committee, and the folks that volunteer their time and they serve on that audit committee, they don't get a lot of kudos, they don't get a lot of highlighting in board meetings, except this time. You know, we have one of the foundational members of the committee that when it was first formed, he is one of our earliest members.
This is the Employees Benefit Trust, not the audit committee.
I'm sorry, Employee Benefits Trust. The line is on audit. But yes, our Employee Benefits Trust Board, which of course manages the employee benefits packages that we recommend to the board every single year. They are amazing stewards of our employee dollars. All of our employees that pay into our benefits plan, those dollars are pooled into the Employee Benefits Trust, and it's our Employee Benefits Trust Board that makes the recommendations and the decisions on that particular pool of money. So since our Employee Benefits Trust Board was established, we've always had the pleasure of relying on the service of Mr. Mark Mansfeld as one of our foundational members. He has served on the committee since it was formed in 2011, and as a founding governing board member, founding member of the committee, he has helped shape a benefit structure that continues to support the health and well-being of all of our employees and their families. A tireless champion for fair rates and fair premiums for all of our employees, and a fair deal for the district in his dealings with employee benefit consultants. Although he briefly did step away shortly in 2015, he returned to us in 2017, where he has since served. And this month, his service did come to an end. So I want to recognize Mr. Mark Mansfeld for all of his outstanding service to the Employee Benefits Trust Board and being a foundational member of a board that does such important work for all of our employees. I think we have Mark here. Do we have Mark here? Doesn't look like Mr. Mansfeld made it tonight. Let's give him a round of applause. And our next recognition is for an outstanding employee who has dedicated 4 decades of her life to the service of the Tucson Unified Community. She's a proud graduate of Tucson High, and her journey yes, absolutely, Badger. And her journey working in TUSD began back in the early 90s, 1992. Over the course of the last 39 years, she has held numerous roles across the district, from clerk typist in human resources to the administrative assistant at Tucson High, and then most recently, she's the administrative assistant in the Arcadia region. Through each role, Mary Portillo has exemplified a deep commitment to supporting students and staff. Her institutional knowledge is a principal part of our district family. Mary's impact cannot be measured simply in years of service. It is reflected in the relationships that she has built and the colleagues that she has supported along the way. I will say that my most cherished memories of Mary are always at graduation time, particularly in the winter and the summer graduations. Mary's always recognized that for those students that graduate at those points of the year, it's a very special honor for them. For a variety of reasons, they weren't able to graduate in the summer or in the spring along with their classmates. And I think Mary always recognized that and really worked hard to make it extra special for those students. And those are my fondest memories, the kindness, the compassion, the care that she always brought to planning those special ceremonies, and then watching the joy and happiness of the graduates and their families, both in our winter and our summer graduations. And those are gonna be some big shoes to fill when Mary leaves us. But at this time, I want to turn things over to our Assistant Superintendent for Region 4, Shana Rodriguez, who would like to share a few words about her soon-to-be retired administrative assistant. Shana?
Good evening. Thank you to our governing board members, President Dr. Shaw, Dr. Trujillo, legal counsel, for this opportunity to recognize such an outstanding employee, as Dr. Trujillo has just shared. I would like to just take a few more moments to go down just a little bit of Mary's journey here in TUSD and also present her with some mementos of her time in this journey and that she's given herself so selflessly during this time. So Mary began her journey her senior year as a student helper in the Tucson High Principal's office in September of 1986 at the age of 16. This job was through Cooperative Office Education, COE, class and was part-time 12 to 4, graduated June of 1987. Following year, Mary attended Pima Community College as a full-time student and continued employment at THS in the principal's office every afternoon and summers, meaning working, not in trouble. She maintained this schedule as a temp clerk until the spring of 1989 when she was offered full-time temporary clerk typist too. In June of 1990, while working for the Magnet office, she took some time off for about a year or so to have her first son. However, once she was ready to return to work, Mary returned at Tucson High until she accepted a records clerk position in our Human Resources Department. This was in November of 1992. Because her heart is with Tucson High, Mary returned there in 1995, working in a clerical position supporting many departments. She became an administrative assistant at the age of 26, which at the time was the youngest of employees in that same job title. If you ask Mary about her time at Tucson High, she would say she is very proud to have raised 4 children while supporting the students, parents, and staff at the best high school in Tucson. In October of 2012, Mary was hired by the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Leadership, where she continues her role today, working for the best boss, no bias, I didn't pay her to say that, and region in TUSD, Arcadia Region 4. So that's a little bit about Mary's journey, and if I can just take a few more moments to express my personal gratitude to Ms. Portillo. Mary, it's hard to put into words over what your 40 years of service in Tucson Unified have meant, not only to the district, but to me personally. From my time at Tucson High, where I first met you as a young assistant principal, to my current role as a regional assistant superintendent, you have been a great source of wisdom and grace. I would tell Mary all the time that she is a vault of knowledge. No question too small, no task too difficult. You always had the answer, the file, the history, or the perfect color-coded system ready to go. Your organization is unmatched, your thoughtfulness unwavering, and your beautiful flowers are always a reminder that excellence and care can coexist. What has always stood out most, though, is your kindness and your willingness to help anyone. That quiet, steady help you provide to so many without ever seeking recognition. Your customer service has been top-notch, serving thousands of families and staff since 1986 with professionalism, patience, and heart. That kind of dedication is rare. Mary, Arcadia is truly indebted to you. You have left an indelible mark on every space you've worked in and on every person fortunate enough to work alongside you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your collegiality. And thank you for the countless lives you've impacted here in TUSD. Wishing you a retirement filled with joy, rest, and adventure, your beautiful grandkids, and all the beautiful things you so generously gave to others. Happy retirement. So at this time, I have a cute little helper. So Cruzy, can you come up? We're gonna give this to your mother. And also we have a book with over 45 different well wishes to Mary of all the people she's worked for. Thank you. Go ahead and come up, Mary.
You can have my picture on. Sorry. Thank you. You did a wonderful job. Congratulations.
You did such a good job. You want to say a few words?
I know I'm supposed to say something, but oh my goodness. I don't think Dr. Trujillo, thank you for the beautiful words. TUSD Governing Board members, thank you for having me here tonight. And Shauna, oh my goodness. But I did start my journey working for Tucson High School in hopes to be a teacher. I wanted to teach algebra because of an excellent algebra teacher that I had at Tucson High. I chose to stay at Tucson High because I was offered a full-time position, but I feel like I still stayed in education as much as I can, and I feel like my work was reflected through, as Dr. Trujillo mentioned, ensuring that the students at Tucson High, or then again for TUSD, would continue their education, never give up. And so I believe that that's where my calling was and where I was supposed to be. I did have a speech, but now I'm so nervous, I don't know what else to say, but I just want to congratulate everybody who also helped me along the way to become who I am today. Yes, thank you.
Our final recognition this evening, we're going to now highlight some student excellence. As our final recognition this evening celebrates an extraordinary student whose achievements inspire all of us, Zoe Socorro Armbruster. Zoe began her journey at Bonias Elementary, later attending Myers-Ganong, where she participated in the GATE program and served as student body president. She continued to excel at Dodge Traditional Magnet, where she was enrolled in an all honors courses and served as a community outreach coordinator for the National Junior Honor Society. Zoe was accepted into University High School, where she has maintained a 4.0 grade point average. It's a standard of excellence that she has upheld since elementary school. Zoe's IEP addresses visual impairment, but she has never allowed that to define her potential. Instead, she continues to redefine expectations and redefine her own excellence with every passing school year. Well, at UHS, Zoe chose to challenge herself by joining the Rincon University wrestling team. There she found not only competitive success, but also a sisterhood, teammates who see her not for her disability, but for her strength, determination, and her character. Under the leadership of Coach Mercedes White, Zoe's abilities have flourished. In addition to her academic and athletic accomplishments, Zoe is a 7-time Arizona State Regional Braille champion, competing against blind and low vision students from across the state. Next year, she advances to the varsity division with opportunities to compete nationally and then potentially internationally. Her accomplishments not only speak to her extraordinary drive, but also to the exceptional support of Tucson Unified's visual impairment team, including her teacher of the visually impaired, Jennifer Fisher, and her orientation and mobility teacher, Cameron Becker. Zoe's aspirations are just as bold as her achievements. She plans to attend the University of Arizona for pre-law and then pursue her degree, her law degree at Yale or Harvard, with the ultimate goal of becoming the first blind justice of the United States Supreme Court. Wow, that's awesome. Because, as Zoe says, because Joey believes that justice truly should be blind. That is what her saying. Zoe, your courage, your resilience, your excellence, and most importantly, your character represent the very best of what we would like to see all of our students in TUSD aspire to. Please join us at the dais to receive this very special recognition and to take a photo. Everyone else, please join me in celebrating this outstanding student athlete and competitor.
Dr. Trujillo, those are her team captains.
President Shaw, board members, that does conclude awards and recognitions.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. I forgot to mention earlier about the overflow and the capacity. Can you?
Yes, to all of our guests that may be waiting outside to come in, we are officially at capacity, and because we are always prioritizing safety first, additional members of the community that may want to view tonight's meeting, we have set up some overflow rooms where you'll be able to watch the meeting as it happens tonight via live stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo, and thank you everyone for being here advocating for our district. We're going to skip over board member activity reports and save that for the next meeting. I know you're all in anticipation waiting for what we've done within our schools, but I have to wait a few more weeks for that one. We're going to go to our consent agenda, or excuse me, our call to the audience, and I'm going to turn over to our clerk, Ms. Luna Rose, to lead our call to the audience.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for coming. Governing board colleagues, we have 19 speakers, and we have normally a 20-minute session since this is technically a special board meeting. So would you want to, instead of interrupting, would you want to already extend call to the audience?
I'll move to extend call
And we
to
have
the
some to be
audience.
read too, right?
Oh, we do have some to be read, but they're all the exact same subject, which is the one that's for most people are here tonight. So
Motion to extend call to the audience.
does that include reading them?
I think we could just see where we're at when we
Okay.
get to that point.
Okay.
But yes, it would include reading them.
Second.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion, a second. I'll make an amendment to do the ones in person, and because the ones that are to be read are in the same topic.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have an amendment and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor for the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
All right, passes 4-1, and we're back to the original motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes 4-0. Continue on the call to the audience for, we'll read we have the 19 that are here in person.
Okay, thank you. All right. Members of the public may speak during the call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in the time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and or speaking before the board this evening shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate or slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call of the audience, the governing board president will ask any board member wishes to respond to a criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 governing board members may address each topic. First person this evening is Sylvia Campoy.
My name is Sylvia Campoy. I addressed the board January of 2025 during the topic at hand, the annual desegregation report. It takes a lot of time to read the report, downloading, reading, studying, analyzing, and preparing notations on the intact report. Last year it was 1,467 pages. The provided time allotment was 16 workdays to prepare for the hearing, with comments limited to no more than 3 minutes. An impossible expectation, which is, of course, the point. The governing board and the administration don't really desire to hear from the stakeholders. The 23-24 report, not the appendices, was posted on the district's desegregation public posting. Weeks later, the appendices were posted. allowing for less time to review the bulk of the report. Sadie Shaw requested that the administration allow a longer, more reasonable timeline in the future, and several of her peers agreed with her at the time. Yet here we are again with the same short time period for the public to read a 1,500-page report, do analysis, take notes, do the downloading, etc. It's a task that is very difficult to accomplish. The only Black member of the governing board was ignored because, as I said, here we are again. On your announcement on the front page of the website, you left out the word desegregation in announcing the public report. So the general public doesn't even know the title of the report that you're being invited to come and speak about. It's false advertisement. Unless a member of the public checks for postings daily and knows where to look, there's no way to know that the 24-25 annual desegregation report was posted on November 21st, and months later, the appendices on February 2nd were posted. It is a slap in the face to the public to have a hearing where you hide the material that is supposed to be spoken about.
Next person is Paula White. Paula? Paula White? Okay, no Paula. Next person, Daniela Adjan.
Hello. My name is Brianne Butner. I'm a Davis Romero parent, and I'm here to read on behalf of Daniela Adjan, who is the registrar at Davis Romero, Attendance Tech. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Daniela Adjan, and I am proud to serve as the attendance technician and registrar at Davis Romero Bilingual Magnet School. I am here today not only on my own behalf, but on behalf of all attendance technicians and registrars across the district who would be directly affected by the elimination of this role. In many ways, our positions serve as the front line of our schools. We are often the first people parents and students interact with, whether they are enrolling for the first time, calling with concerns, or seeking guidance in navigating school processes. We help create welcoming, organized environments where families feel supported, informed, and valued from their very first contact. The work of attendance and registration extends far beyond paperwork. Monitoring attendance and communicating with families allows us to identify and address concerns early, directly supporting student success. Maintaining accurate enrollment data and student records is essential for the district's compliance, funding, and ensuring students receive the services and supports they are entitled to. These responsibilities require focused time, careful attention to detail, and ongoing consistent communication. Eliminating our positions would not eliminate the work itself. Instead, the responsibilities would be redistributed to staff members who already manage substantial workloads. This shift could impact efficiency, accuracy, and the level of direct support provided to families and students across the district. Equally important is the consistency and connection we provide. Families rely on having familiar, accessible point of contact. Students benefit from seeing trusted faces in the front office each day. These daily interactions build relationships, strengthen communication between home and school, and contribute to a positive and supportive school climate in every building we serve. We respectfully ask the board to consider not only the financial implications of this decision, but also the human and operational impact it would have district-wide. When we remove the individuals who welcome, guide, and support families from their very first interaction with our schools, we risk weakening the very foundation that helps our students and school communities thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next person is Alyssa Delgado.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Delgado for Mr. Alvarez today with Van Busker Elementary School. Hello, everyone. I am Alyssa Delgado, parent of 4 Van Busker students. Mr. Alvarez is a lot of parents like me appreciate what he has done and does. He takes time to help parents in all situations, even sensitive ones, or even just questions answered that need to be. He is a wonderful person. He cares for the children and his principals, staff, and schools, and the children's well-being. He listens when no one else does. We need more people like him in the TUSD district. When calling Mr. Alvarez to speak to him, he takes his time to listen and help. He always in his school showing support. And for me as a parent, I am grateful for him. He has been strong, patient, and caring. He's been in the community for a very long time, and his students that have become parents now, they are more comfortable knowing that he is someone in the TUSD district that the children can look up to and feel safe around. Thank you very much.
All right, next person is Nicole Jansen. Oh, no, she's coming. Okay. After Nicole will be Audrey Connolly.
Right. I'm Nicole Jansen. I'm a school counselor at CE Rose K-8. First, I'd like to say that I'm surprised this district would try and make a decision like cutting a whole job family without talking to their staff first. Their staff being us. This district needs to understand that we are also part of the decision-making process and that we should not have been kept out of the loop. The fact that I knew about this at my site first leads me to believe that TUSD did not want this to come out until tonight. Except that we did find out, and we are here. We showed up to stand in solidarity with our fellow staff members. I don't understand who has decided this, or who can look at a single job family that works at each site and goes, yep, that's where we need to cut it from. I don't understand how whoever made this choice thinks that after not working at a school site, they should make this decision of who to cut at a site without asking the people who work at the schools. We are already lacking in staff at schools, and now you want to cut more? Who is going to support these students? Not AI, not another machine you want parents to use to call their students out of class, or a tablet that will print their tardy pass. These things cannot do the job of the human attendance tech registrar. You walk into a school and a human is the first to greet you, usually someone working in an office, usually the attendance clerk. A student gets sent to the office for whatever reason. It's not a machine that is going to let the admin know they're up there. It's usually not the office manager because they're busy doing office manager stuff. It's the attendance tech registrar that says, hey friend, what's up? What's going on? And then decides the next step. Who needs to know, admin, counselor, or if they need to write a statement? Our schools would be so inefficient if we didn't have our attendance tech registrar. Attendance techs are the ones who see students first. When they get to school, they comfort students and families with their presence. Have you ever had to sit in the front office and really immerse yourself in what attendant techs do? And I don't mean in a chair waiting for an admin in the front. I mean really in the front office behind the desk. Who's going to do, ooh, we're skipping that part. Attendant techs spend the day doing all of their job duties while the phone is ringing, the intercom is ringing, the doorbell is ringing, students coming up to ask for supplies for their teachers, teachers and other staff coming up to inquire about students, families coming in to register or withdraw their student. So many preschool phone calls that our school isn't supposed to be the ones that they're being called for. It's supposed to be the preschool department. On top of that, attendance techs are the first ones to either let someone into the building or let admin know if there is a problem.
Time is up. Thank you. After Audrey is Joyce Brown.
Hi, good evening. I am Audrey Keneally, and I'm speaking as an individual. I feel I have the right to speak after serving TUSD for 32 years. Having gone through a school closure, many principals, vice principals, school board members, superintendents, I feel that we might need to do is get a new finance manager, because just a few short months ago, we all got $1,200. And even less amount of time, our superintendent got a $10,000 raise. Didn't TEA just help the district get an override pass, which we are promised a 4% raise? And now the sky is falling. Why shouldn't we ask for an independent audit? Because we know we're being put in a hole. You're taking hours from our attendants and registrars who keep track of our students' attendance. They generate the reports where we get our student count and our money from the state and federal government. You're taking away a vice principal away from a school who needs them. You're looking at the enrollment of the students, but are you looking at the students in the school? Because these schools are hard to fill for a reason. I have heard now that our health insurance is also going up. Well, there goes our raise. I really am asking for you to do an independent audit, and so we know exactly where we're at. Thank you.
After Joyce Brown will be Jim Byrne.
This is about a statement of charges that I received, and I wanted to let you know that this was made after I went to an elementary school, and basically it's all made up. I have proof, all of that, binders in my car, but it's all made up to hush me because I have police report here that documents that I saw an individual be abusive to children. Then I also have that another person also reported it. The police went, they were there for 18 seconds because they were told by the principal and the TUSD security that the superintendent, the principal advised the superintendent will investigate the incident internally and advise if PD is needed. And I was there and nothing was ever done. There are now 2 more police reports that I am waiting for on this same individual. Out of respect that no investigations have been done, I'm not mentioning names. However, there are 2 more reports from the school, from staff, from the school on this same individual for the same reason. I was distinguished, proficient to distinguished while at Valencia. I went to this other school. Suddenly I'm basic. Suddenly I'm getting all these charges. I am a foster parent and now permanent guardian to 6 children. I have, like I said, all this proof. I have letters that one of them was I kicked the door in. Yes, I did, because the student had a weapon. And I have letters saying, so-and-so came to me during recess and started telling me a story about Mrs. Brown kicking the bathroom door. And I asked him why she did that. He answered, I had a sharp thing in my hands. And then another person who doesn't know me, another adult, okay, so-and-so said, oh, I had a metal thing in my hand. I had a pointed end. Mrs. Brown, where you got it from? It was in the bathroom. Did I know if you were going to hurt yourself or not? No, I was mad and yelling at everyone. I was trying to protect the individual. Also, the kind of door that was kicked in is a weighted door. You can kick it as hard as you want. It's not.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Jim Byrne. After Jim will be Jerry Schuster.
Good evening, Mr. Ross, Dr. Trujillo, governing board members, and the overflow crowd that's here tonight, primarily about the future of the school communities that our attendance and registration techs serve so proudly every single day. I have been overwhelmed to see the responses from folks who are saying, this is my favorite job I've ever had. I am so proud to serve my school. I know all the parents, I know what they need, I know the students, I know what they need. In the competition that we face with the privatization efforts that our state legislature has decided to prioritize general fund dollars going to vouchers that are draining our schools of the valuable resources that we need to keep and invest in the human beings that make our schools go. I know we need to prioritize what happens inside the classroom, but we know that learning and education is a door-to-door process, so we know we need really quality and valuable bus drivers, bus monitors, dispatch controlling all those things. All of those pieces of the TUSD ecosystem are valuable, important, and they are vital. And vital in the sense, into its root word, that they are the lifeblood of our school campuses and this district. As we worked really, really hard inside of TEA to be the deciding and determining factor to win the override that we were told would help fulfill the deficit that our district faces, now we're back and we're still here talking about a deficit. We're going to have some hard conversations because we know that demographics are impactful, that we know the vouchers are impactful, and that we're going to have some of those hard conversations to look at how do we get leaner on things, but how do we keep people, how do we keep ratios that are better than what are thrown out there right now, so the quality of our public education that we offer every single day beats those charters, beats those private voucher-based schools, that we can outcompete them, because what the learning that happens here, the campus life, all the extracurriculars, all the human beings who make our schools go are better than what they got. We got to invest in our people. Thank you.
Jerry Schuster. After Jerry is Kim Whitney.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Ravi Shah, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Trujillo, Councilor Ross, and staff. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. My name is Jerry Schuster. I'm a substitute teacher with TUSD. And tonight I also want to speak in favor of, well, two groups, our attendance technicians and also our ex-ed TAs. First, let me start out by saying how vital our attendance technicians are. We've heard other speakers give all kinds of information about how important they are. Well, let me give you one example. Today I was subbing at my middle school alma mater, Mansfeld, and for the first couple of classes, a lot of students were taking tests. So I did my job and marked the students absent who were not physically in the classroom. Well, our hardworking attendance and registrar director, who happens to be here right now, Rosanna Soto. Could you stand up for her? Okay, she's modest, but she did an exemplary job of correcting it and marking them as school business, which of course translates into dollars for our district. And of course, we depend on our attendance technicians to do that. Other example, when I sub at my usual school, my alma mater, Tucson High, our attendance technicians are always right on it. I've lost count of how many times I've asked them to make corrections, and I emailed them. Literally within 5 minutes, they've got it corrected. And once again, accurate records are vital for the funding we get, which of course is the lifeblood of our schools, of our whole district. The other group I want to speak in favor of is our ex-ed TAs. They do a vital job as well. They're the ones that interact one-on-one with special needs students, and as a district, of course, we pride ourselves in fulfilling our mission in providing educational opportunities for students with special needs. Well, the ex-ed TAs are the ones who work directly with them. And very often they're also called upon to do, well, I'll euphemistically say, tasks that are not exactly the most fun thing in the world to do, but they do it unflinchingly. And we depend on them to keep our student enrollment regarding our special needs students. And on both counts, as was stated with our attendance technicians, but also with our ex-ed TAs, who make it possible for our numerous special needs students to attend. That helps enrollment, and with that, along with the attendance techs keeping accurate records, that translates into dollars and cents. And we know, of course, given our financial situation, how vital that is. So in conclusion, I would urge the board to keep in mind just how important these people are when taking everything into consideration, whether it be compensation, working conditions, or retention of these job positions. Once again, thank you very much and best wishes.
After Kim Whitney is Amber Stanberry.
Hello, board members and Dr. Trujillo. I'm a teacher and a parent at Miles ELC, and I'm here today to respectfully urge you to reconsider any proposed budget cuts that would eliminate the attendance technician position. This role is not just clerical. It's a critical pillar supporting student safety, legal compliance, family engagement, and the overall efficiency of our campus operation. Accurate registration and attendance records are not optional administrative details. They directly impact state funding allocations, accountability reporting, and our district's standing with oversight agencies. Our attendance technician is Sunshine, who, true to her name, fosters a warm and welcoming environment for students and their families. Beyond registration support and compliance duties, her daily work of managing attendance is central to student success. Timely tracking of absences allows for early intervention for students at risk of chronic absenteeism, supports communication between families and staff, and ensures that we are meeting our duty of care. Without dedicated professionals overseeing these responsibilities, the burden will inevitably fall onto the shoulders of our already under-resourced staff. Sunshine, along with others, are on the front lines in what TUSD has asked us to provide, which is excellent customer service. Eliminating the attendance tech position appears to offer short-term savings, but the long-term costs, financial, legal, and academic, could be far greater. We respectfully ask that you consider the essential nature of this role and the direct impact it has on our students, families, and staff as you make your final budget decisions. Thank you.
After Amber will be Kirsten Cummins.
Good evening, members of the board. As you are moving into discussing budget reduction and proposed elimination of 16 positions, including my own, I respectfully ask that you pause and consider the full impact of this decision. Our team at the Customer Service Center plays a vital role in supporting students, families, community members, and staff across the district. While we understand that budget constraints force difficult conversations, I ask that you look beyond the numbers and consider the people behind these positions. We are parents, we are community members, and veterans who continue our service here in the district. We are not just line items in a budget. We are the frontline support system families and staff rely on daily, including all of you. I ask you to consider the operational impact. When a child goes missing at the dismissal time, who is going to answer that phone call? Which one of you are going to answer that phone call and handle the parent that needs to be centered and needs to calm down, needs help recentering themselves to locate this child, working with school safety, etc.? It is time consuming, it is time sensitive. Sometimes you sit there until 8 p.m., well past our time of 6 p.m. dismissal time. Without the CSC, without adequate campus support as well, where will these parents be directed for questions, concerns, etc.? Who will answer the help desk calls that you all so desperately need us for? Who will reset passwords, help troubleshoot, and manage facility and transportation emergencies? Here are numbers for you. Here's the workload. In the 23-24 school year, there was a total of 46,380 calls, all incoming and outgoing together. In 24-25, that was a total of 50,846. And so far this year, we're at 19,507 just calls alone, and we are only halfway through the year. And then that's not including the tickets that you deal with on average. We got 13,439 district-wide JIRA tickets. Those are for technology services. You have 7,919 transportation requests that are submitted, not including the ones that are not tracked, in TREX. You have a total of 18,229 facility work orders in FAMOUS, and these numbers represent real families, real students, and real emergencies. Eliminating frontline support staff, the people who answer your phone calls and solve problems and calm the distressed parents and community members, will not strengthen this district during declined enrollment. It will strain it further. We understand difficult decisions must be made, but I urge you to ask, is this truly the right place to cut?
Time is up.
And who will carry the work when we go?
Thank you. After Kirsten is Richie Smith.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Trujillo, my name is Kirsten Cummins. I am a cataloger with the Educational Materials Center, which is the central library in the district, and we are under the umbrella of Fine Arts. I can't say I was too surprised to see multicultural curriculum on the chopping block again. Last time I recall, it was when the district and board were asked to consider moving DSEG monies around to save ESSER-funded positions. Then, the cuts from MC were larger than from their sister program, CRPI. Now, one position from MC will be saved, though it has remained vacant for weeks, only to be given to CRPI. This is starting to look like a pattern. I, for one, value the work both programs do for our district. Their scope of work and impact vary greatly from one another. With the EMC, I have had the privilege of working with both programs since I started with Fine Arts 10 years ago tomorrow. One might simply think merging them is the answer to a budget crisis, yet they were both separated under the USP. As filed in 2014, the USP states on page 36 that the district shall hire both a director of CRPI and a director of MC. Shall is an important word in legalese. It's bigger than will, and to my understanding, shall is binding. Because I am one of many speakers, I will ask you to look at our DSEG page under multicultural curriculum, which is near the center bottom, and you will find documents 2259-3 and 2384-1, both filed with the court in 2019. While we may no longer be under court scrutiny, let me direct you to the wording of tonight's report for item 7.1, and the two words in particular, accountability plan. That's at the very end of the title, accountability plan. Now, this report and plan spend pages 65 through 70 on the great things MC did just last year, only for you to be asked to completely gut it this year, and I wonder why. And while you consider action item 9.1, I ask you to remember the word shall and accountability. Thank you.
After Richie Smith is Betts Putnam Hidalgo.
How y'all doing tonight? My name is Richie. I just want to thank you all for being here, giving us the opportunity to speak, and I do appreciate that. I'm here kind of just to reiterate a little bit what Amber was talking about with the customer service center that we have. I feel that it's probably one of the most overlooked, underappreciated positions in the district. We kind of are the heart and soul of what goes on in the district when it comes to dealing with transportation technology and facilities. She ran the numbers by you guys, which is quite a bit of work. Without us I don't really know who would be going to do that work. I think it would be very difficult to find replacement for that work and to be able to get it done in a timely manner like we do. I kind of wanted to get a little further into one of the hardest parts of our job, which is dealing with missing children, or what we call absent children. In the 2 years that I've been doing this, I've dealt with probably over 150 missing students. That is one of the hardest things to tell a parent, is that you don't know where their child is. And there's not many people that would want to do that. Unfortunately, our team, that's one of the things we do. And it is very difficult to maintain a positive attitude while also trying to get descriptions of the children, asking the parents to, reach out to their friends' families, reach out to family members, things like that, reaching out to TPD, the sheriff's office, having school safety involved. And it's a very difficult thing when you're having to navigate that. A lot of parents don't understand how it happens, and we have to be that person that can basically break down the barriers and get them into a position where they're trying their hardest to find the student while not getting the emotions too deeply involved. We've luckily so far, we have 100% find record with these students. And like she was saying, we do spend a lot of our hours after hours, because if you get that call, that's what you work on. And that's what you're going to do until the student is found. And I feel that there aren't many people in the district that would want to do that, or would be maybe as good at it as we are, just because of the experience that we have with it. And I definitely know that the parents are incredibly grateful for us when we do assist them and find their children with them. So I just ask you guys to, please take that in consideration.
Time is up. Thank you. After Betts Putnam Hidalgo, it's Alex Holman.
Thank you. I'm really impressed by how everybody starts out with so much respect, because I'm not starting out that way. Here's how I'm starting out. Way to go, TUSD. Way to go. In the times that we are living in right now, where students are scared to death to come to school, you figure you'll cut the first person their family runs into in the school. Unfrigging believable, if I may say. This is not the time to make this cut, and it is never the time to make this cut. You are making it way too obvious what actually runs this district. And that is money, and that is not students, and it's not families. What I have given you is know your rights with police, ICE, and Border Patrol in English and Spanish. I appreciate very much the fact that you are making up orange cards and sending them out. And now that you have decided, that you are about to decide, and I desperately wish that you would vote against, that you're going to cut half of the office staff, which is basically your family outreach, you'll need these whistles to let everybody know that ICE is trying to come into your school and that they need to hide. Way to go, TUSD. Way to show the community how much you love them.
After Alex Holman is Cameron Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Alex Holman, and I'm a parent of 2 kids at Laura Banks Elementary. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed layoffs of our front office staff. These individuals are not optional positions. They are essential to the daily functioning, safety, and overall success of all of our schools. Front office staff ensure students are accounted for, attendance is accurate, families are supported, and school operations run smoothly day to day. Most importantly, they play a direct role in making sure students are physically present in their seats each day. As you are well aware, average daily attendance is directly tied to district funding. Removing the very people who help maintain attendance and family communication will not save you money in the long run. It risks reducing funding even further. Beyond the financial implications, eliminating these positions will negatively impact students, teachers, and families. Teachers will be pulled away from instruction to cover administrative gaps. Communication with families will suffer. Student safety and accountability will be compromised. These are not minor adjustments, they fundamentally affect how schools function. If budget reductions are truly necessary, they should begin at the top. It's difficult for families to understand cuts to essential school-level staff when district leadership, including the superintendent, received a pay raise earlier this year. Shared sacrifice should begin with those in the highest paid leadership positions before impacting the staff who directly support students every single day. I also want to make it clear that I'm fully prepared to withdraw my children from TUSD if these layoffs continue, and I know other families who feel the same. This would result in even more losses in your funding. I sincerely hope it doesn't come to that, as we love our school, but families need to see that student-centered decisions are being made. I urge you to reconsider these proposed layoffs and prioritize protecting the staff members who are critical to student attendance, safety, and daily operations. Thank you.
After Mr. Rodriguez is Lillian Fox.
My name is Cameron Rodriguez, and I want to say first that I do respect this tribunal and try to assume competence unless proven otherwise. I was injured at work on July 30th of last year. I'm a Mandarin teacher at TUSD. It's been 7 months. I have not received medical treatment, and here's why. TUSD submitted a report of injury back in October after I saw a doctor, a sworn document that lists my base rate of pay as 1 cent per month, a dime per year. This is the document used to deny my claim. This document says I haven't been working all year. My current students beg to differ. This student says I did not injure myself at work. It literally says injury outside talking to construction workers. A full crew observed me. That person that signed this, nobody knows who this is. So this document used to deny my claim is perjured. It was signed under a sworn attestation that the information is correct, and it's a felony. A fraudulent form signed by an unknown, unlicensed person full of false statements. That's why I'm limping up here today. Nobody caught this fraud before I did, not the state, not the insurance company, not TUSD's general counsel. I found it myself by pulling my own file, and there it was, lying to the ICA to save money on claims. Money used to buy a new office building, as you will see soon here tonight. On February 16th, I informed the board this fraud, as well as the boards of the insurers. And over the weekend, I provided the board, the superintendent, and general counsel with annotated evidence. Here, I have copies for everybody. They didn't just ignore it. TUSD asked the judge to throw my case out, not to address the fraud or the perjury, throw it out. The motion was filed in the name of TUSD, and I sincerely hope the board did not authorize it, but it bears the district's name. The district's lawyer signed and filed it. Tonight, the auditors will announce that TUSD raided its own workers' comp fund to buy its new office building. They will say that there was extra money in there to pay for it. How much of that money was saved because it committed insurance fraud to deny legitimate claims? I wonder if the board has an answer to this question. We will see. I will say that I didn't plan on speaking tonight, and I plan on coming to the next meeting, but the incompetent lawyer that's been harassing me all last week, who I think has had a psychotic break, really didn't help, and she needs the help. So I hope she gets better soon.
Next is Lillian Fox. After Ms. Fox is Pilar Ruiz.
Chairman of the board, Dr. Ravi, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, and Yolanda Balboa. I gave you this First of all, I want to say so much of what is wrong in this district is really lousy decisions from 1010. Over and over and over again, the problems we have emanate from 1010, not from the schools. Okay, what this chart shows, just look at the little line running across the bars. That shows what's happened to our enrollment over the years. We have lost an incredible number of students. Just during Dr. Trujillo's time, we've lost 11,000 students. That is a lot. Yeah. Now, I'm going to skip the next page and go to this one. One of the reasons we lose so many students is we're not competitive. And we're uncompetitive because of really lousy decisions made, just like this lousy decision to cut the attendance clerks. Even I know the attendant clerks are about 50% of the clerical support in the elementary schools. What person thought that was smart to cut them? If you need to save money, cut it in the departments. The departments are eating up 50% of the budget. We're supposed to be educating kids, but you're not putting the money where the kids are. Now, this shows we are the next to the worst local district. We're way down here. Every other district except for Sunnyside is much higher performing than we are. The only district we are competitive with is Sunnyside. That's why we're losing enrollment. The East Side schools have to compete against some really outstanding East Side school districts. The West Side school districts compete against mediocre school districts or Sunnyside, and we lose students even to Sunnyside. You can't just close schools. You've got to solve the problems. Why aren't people going to your schools? Because the academic performance is so bad. And it's a result of bad decisions that have been made over the years. For example, all the librarians were laid off in the elementary schools, the middle schools, and the K-8 schools. What a stupid decision. That's why your kids can't read. We also have very, very few reading recovery teachers. So we've got only 27% of our kids are proficient in reading, and we have almost no reading recovery teachers when you look at the numbers compared to the population. And it's even worse for math recovery teachers. I think we have under a dozen math recovery teachers for 89 schools. That is a stupid decision. They have reduced reading recovery and math recovery teachers again this year. And last year we had a pitiful number. These are decisions made in
Time's up, please.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pilar Acosta Ruiz, Miss Luna Rose, which I wrote on there very clearly both times in a row. Thank you, Bets, for going for it, and everybody that spoke tonight. You really need to listen to your constituents. You say that you're pro-union, you say that you care about kids, you say that you care about families, yet your actions need to speak louder than your words. The actions that you take have consequences, and the people in this community know who you are. When Ricky Hernandez is long gone, nobody's going to know who he is, nobody's going to remember him, but if you allow him to continue to run this district into the ground, it's you that they're going to remember. It's you that they're going to remember that it fell under you. He is not a CPA. He is not an accountant. The department you need to cut is finance. We are in high risk, which I've never seen happen to this district, all under the helm of him. He goes to audit committee meetings and says that he's going to close schools. Who is he? Is he in charge of closing schools? I thought you guys were in charge of making decisions. It appears by the way that he talks that he runs things. The budget book I know Lillian has talked to you about, it has your names on it. Yet he says publicly that you don't have to sign it, that he doesn't have to give it to you, but yet your signatures are on it. There's just all these weird things that are happening. So, the monies that this district gets need to go to the frontline employees. They need to go to the schools. You all have kids in schools. You all talk about it all the time. You should know how important it is to have people in the schools. We can't keep robbing from the schools to pay your friends who have jobs in the district who do not step foot on the campuses. It's not okay. People are not dumb. So the other thing I wanted to say really quickly is, so you have this external auditor, and I don't know if y'all don't know your history from this district, but when Sanchez was the superintendent, the 301 monies siphonings was exposed, and the same audit company was not hired the next year when that scandal happened, and yet they're back again, and the rumor is that they're writing some of the stuff because your CFO doesn't know how, and that's a problem. And the rumors, whether they're true or not, like that the Workman's Comp Fund was drained to pay for a building, all those things, you either have to get in front of them and be transparent, or they're going to come back to bite you in the rear. We are not dumb. The community is not dumb. You need to stop being in denial and face the truth.
Thank you.
Next is Guadalupe Hedinger. There she is.
Good evening to everyone. I want you to know, that in spite of the massive tax cuts from the state and federal government, you all should strive to do what is best for everybody in TUSD staff. Attending staff is important. These are not normal times, and by the way, we're having elections on November. We should vote in the ones who wants to fully fund our education and vote out the ones who are wasting our money. These are not normal times, and is affecting everybody in TUSD, teachers, the students, and their families, causing fear, anxiety, and depression, which affects our students' health. It affects enrollment, attendance, and grades. We need to call the GOP-led House and GOP-led Senate to put guardrails on the bill funding ICE. ICE should not be allowed, like somebody said, ICE should not be allowed to work in the shadows outside the law and out of the reach of Congress and the courts. Using a fleet of planes and a small army of private citizens who are empowered to make arrests. The immigration bill passed by Congress lacks of the basic fundamentals of due process, removes immigrants even if their papers had been in pipelines for more than 20 years, or if they are close to qualify for their citizenship, even if they haven't been convicted, which there are. This makes the whole process unconstitutional. More and more people from all parties, all races, all ethnicities, all religions, and social levels, are elected officials and are appointed officials and acting officials to abide by the oath they took to protect our Constitution. Checks and balance, separation of powers, and due process. It's up to we the people to protect the integrity of our government. War is not what people voted for. We're gonna have elections, midterm elections, and to vote for the ones who are going to work.
Ms. Hedinger, your time is up. Thank you. All right, next is, excuse me if I mispronounce your name, Lilu Sierra? Leilu? All right. Next is Philip Fisher.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Philip Fisher. I am a resident of Tucson, and I am speaking as just a member of the public. I initially drafted a little statement in support of the attendance technicians, and I feel that is a bit insufficient. My time here tonight has really opened my eyes to the absolute essential nature of these technicians, and I believe that for reasons that have already been articulated very well by previous speakers. So I am just standing up here and mentioning that as a member of the public, not as an employee of the district, not as a parent, not as a student, but as just a member of the public, I believe that these attendance technicians are absolutely essential, and I encourage you to see the light and oppose the proposed measures of cutting attendance technicians from TUSD. That's it.
Thank you. And Ms. Sierra, was that, yes, okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Hi. Thank you to the people who have spoken before me and for being here and bringing up these really important and valid points. I grew up as a student in this district, and now I'm a teacher in TUSD. And I love my school, and I love my community, and I can say with confidence that the people in these schools go above and beyond for their students. I remember what it was like for me as a student. We had specials and PE, and now I see teachers and students go without every day. We all do our best with what we have to work with. We do so much with so little. We even go as far as reaching into our own pockets to fill the gaps for our students. I get that you have to make cuts for our schools, but our schools and our students cannot and should not have to suffer the costs. If the costs must be cut, they should be cut at the district level. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw, that concludes the end to call of the audience.
All right, thank you, Clerk Luna Rose. Thank you, everyone who came here to speak tonight and advocate. This is an opportunity for our governing board to respond to criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. Reminder that no more than 2 members may legally address each topic. Ms. Ekstrom, followed by Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. I would like to thank everyone who came here today to speak to us about the attendance clerk positions, and to everyone who had called me or sent me an email. I think starting on Friday night, I started receiving these emails, and I have told many, many people that I am against this, so I will not be voting in favor of this. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to be in schools for some time. I was at a school last week, and attendance clerks and principals and the office manager are dealing with 18,000 different things, and they're apologizing to me when I should be apologizing to them for all that they have to deal with, and we aren't able to give them what they need. So I stand with you. I will not be supporting the removal of these positions, and thank you all for being here.
Good evening, everyone. I love nights like tonight, and although I know that it's very difficult for you all to come out, especially after a work day, it really helps us as a governing board understand the issues that are happening in our school. It keeps us honest. It keeps us accountable. And so I thank you all for, speaking tonight, for the letters, for the text messages, and so on and so forth. And I echo Ms. Ekstrom in that I will not be supporting the cuts tonight.
Mr. Romero?
So I know we had a lot going on, but I want to make sure that we didn't overlook something that was mentioned today. A gentleman came on up, talked about, I think it was missing children or absent children at some of our buses. And I'm not sure what we did before customer service and what we're going to do looking at that moving forward. And it resonates with me because I was in second grade at Pricta, and I was born in '71, so it was a long time ago. Second day of school, took the bus that my best friend went on, but we weren't going the same direction. My mom was one of those people that called. I didn't know where I was. I was second grade. I was walking out on the side of the road, out in the desert on the west side, and the next day, my mom enrolled me from TUSD. There's a lot of people that affects, and it is a reality. And it was a small thing that was mentioned, and I don't want to make sure that that does not get overlooked, because that's a reality we're going to have to deal with. We have a lot of hard decisions, like someone had mentioned, hard conversations we're going to be having. I think this is going to be a precursor to some of our future board meetings, because we're going to have to do a lot of make hard decisions. We're not heartless people up here. We understand the people behind there. There are going to be some good decisions and some bad decisions. There's going to be tough decisions, some tougher than other ones. As we go through this, we appreciate community feedback and involvement. And we know all of us up here want to do the best we can, but also be conscious of our financial decisions over here. But I think I can speak for every one of us over here. We do care about everybody in our district.
All right, so that will conclude our call to the audience. We'll move on to item 8.1, administrative appointments, internal auditor.
President Shaw, I know you represent the board as the governing board's liaison to this board-appointed committee, so I'd like to extend you the invitation of introducing the hiring recommendation to the governing board for internal auditor.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. So governing board members, before us we have the recommended appointment of Paul Houston as our internal auditor. This position has been open for about 14 months now. The audit committee had an opportunity to interview about 6 to 8 candidates in this first round, and 3 candidates made it to the final round interview. Paul Houston is a CPA. He comes with a lot of private sector experience working over the last decade plus at Google and Cisco on different issues of accounting, of mergers, acquisitions, and auditing. He was recommended by the audit committee for this role. I think he'll be a great fit for the district. I think his personality will really help work with the departments to find ways to save money, to make sure that policies, procedures, and finances are being appropriately managed in our district. The audit committee recommends Paul Houston, and I will move the item.
I will second.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you, Dr. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Well, I appreciate Mr. Houston. I know he's going to be, he's very qualified. I this evening will not be supporting his nomination for the fact that I don't feel like this is the right time to add anybody else to the district administration. So I will not, and no slight to Mr. Houston, because I know he's a fine gentleman, but I will not be voting for that this evening.
Ms. Ekstrom?
I agree with my colleague, Ms. Luna Rose. I will not be supporting this item either.
Ms. Balboa, can I have a roll call? Oh, wait, hold on, before that, Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. I will be supporting this item, and although I am usually opposed to administrative hirings, especially in times like these, for any of you who have read our previous auditors' reports, they are extremely comprehensive. It's very typical for a district of our size to have an internal auditor in order to make sure that fraud is not happening, in order to make sure that, you know, we're being financially responsible within these departments that you all suggest that we cut, even liability issues. And so I do encourage you to look back at those reports that our former internal auditor created. This position has been empty for a while, and we really do need it. And so that is why I'm going to be supporting this. Typically, districts of our size will have more than one person in this position. They'll have a team of folks that goes around and does reports that are, you know, hundreds or, you know, 40 pages long. It really depends on the department that they're looking at. So it's really important, and so that's why I'm supporting it, just for your information.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaw, for clarifying that. Excuse me, this
the external auditor is mandated.
Ms. Barboa, can we have a roll call vote?
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
No.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, this item passes 3-2. Paul Houston is not available tonight. He's not here. He had a previous engagement, but we look forward to welcoming him to our district in a few weeks. All right,
Dr.
next we have
Dr.
item
Ravi,
8.
Did you want me to read his statement, or?
Oh, we'll pass that right now.
Okay.
All right. We'll move on to item 8.2, administrative appointments, African American Student Services. Dr. Trujillo.
Members of the governing board, we're very excited about tonight's recommendation. She currently serves as a college and career readiness coordinator for TUVA, and previously did some work in Mesa before relocating to Tucson, but really made her mark in working with Rochester Public Schools. She comes to us from Rochester, New York, where she did some very, very inspiring community engagement work in support of Rochester Public Schools. And she's still getting to know the Tucson Unified School District family and community, but we're very, very excited tonight to recommend Mrs. Tanisha Johnson to serve potentially as the next Director for African American Student Services.
Thank you, Dr. Trio, and the Tanisha Johnson Fan Club. Governing board members. Ms. Shaw?
I'd like to move the item.
Moved by Ms. Shaw. I'll second the item. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Shaw.
I would just like to thank Ms. Charmaine Ford for stepping up and leading the department. And I look forward to a new vision for the African American Student Services Department.
Thank you, and thank you for Ms. Ford for all your work. All those in favor for this appointment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Ms. Johnson, congratulations.
Good evening, and thank you, President Dr. Shaw, members of the board, Superintendent Trujillo, and colleagues and community. Thank you for the trust that you have placed in me by affirming my appointment as Director of African American Student Services. I am deeply honored and humbled to serve in a role that reflects the highest hopes we hold for equitable opportunity and academic success for all of our scholars. In this department, we are guided by a simple but powerful vision that African American students receive a quality education and are prepared to succeed in a global society, and by core values of advocacy, empowerment, integrity, and teamwork that shape every decision that we make. I am committed to deepening partnerships between scholars and families and schools and community organizations, the community and district leadership, so that our scholars not only achieve academically, but feel seen, heard, and valued in every hall, every classroom, and every space across our district. In fulfilling our mission, we will continue to strengthen culturally responsive supports, build meaningful relationships, and work collaboratively to close the opportunity and achievement gaps that hinder our students' full flourishing. Together, we will uphold the dignity and promise of every African American learner by ensuring that the systems meant to support their success are aligned with their strengths and their aspirations. We will advocate fiercely, work tirelessly, and lead with integrity so that every student's experience in Tucson Unified School District reflects belonging, excellence, and possibility. I am grateful for this opportunity to serve. And I also thank the former leader of this department, Dr. Tanya, and as well as Ms. Charmaine Fort, who I learned so much about, and I'm so grateful. I look forward to learning, growing, stretching, and showing up each and every day with courage, partnership, purpose, joy, and love. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And for all those being appointed in person here today, there's a receiving line, and we'll be doing photos at the end, so please stick around for a few moments. Next, we have item 8.3, administrative appointments, Director of Employee Relations.
Yes, President Shaw, members of the governing board, tonight's hiring recommendation is an amazing leader. He's kind of one of those inspirational educators that since the time he became a teacher to now, he's basically served in the same classroom in the same school teaching middle school math. And I remember one conversation with him where probably one of his best quotes, "Hey, listen, I'm a middle school math teacher. There's nobody coming for my job, so it might as well be me." Now, in between his 25 years, almost quarter century work, serving in, I think, one of the most important and crucial grade level assignments there could be, 7th grade math, he took a little bit of a break to serve as the TEA president from 2016 to 2020. I saw an exceptional leadership skill set during that time. I see it here today. And even as he represented with pride his organization, his union, his association, he always made sure that that advocacy always was aligned to what the best interest of students would be in the district. And I think those are the main reasons why I'd like to recommend Mr. Jason Freed to serve as the next Director for Employee Relations.
Dr. Shaw,
Ms. Luna Rose.
I'd like to move the item.
Moved by Ms. Luna Rose. I will go ahead, Ms. Ekstrom.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. Governing board members, go ahead, Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you. I have encountered Mr. Freed at several levels, both as a parent, while my daughter was at Vail Middle School, and he was one of the chaperones to the New York trip that I could not make, and they were a week in New York City, and this was the first time my daughter had left on a trip without us, and she cried, and Mr. Freed was her best buddy and kept her from not kind of spiraling out in the middle of Times Square, and this is true. And so I know, right? And so I'm internally grateful. He checked in with me every day as a parent to make sure that things were okay. And by the end of the trip, she had some best friends, and she speaks of Mr. Freed and his daughter very fondly. And then I think as a leader, he's well respected within not just the TE ranks, but within TUSD ranks. So I am happy to support him this evening.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Freed.
I've spent 39 years of my life in TUSD. There's people here who are not 39 years old. I truly never imagined that I would be standing here as the new employee relations director, all the twists and turns that I've been able to take in my career. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the governing board, to Dr. Trujillo, to TUSD leadership, and then the staff of TUSD who've supported me along this journey, and I know that will support as I continue to find ways to help my district. Thank you.
Next, we have item 8.4, administrative appointments, Director of Human Resources.
President Shaw, governing board members, tonight, I'm proud to recommend a longtime team member in the Human Resources Department who's always been passionate about exceptional customer service and responsiveness to our employees, and is really passionate about creating an optimal experience for new applicants that are applying for jobs in the district. She is originally a Sunnyside product, but we'll forgive her. She's been with us long enough to be Team TUSD. She formerly served as a program coordinator inside of Human Resources and now serves as our senior HR coordinator. And tonight, Diana Reyes is our recommendation to serve as the director for Human Resources.
Governing board members.
Dr. Shaw,
Ms. Ekstrom.
I'll move the item.
Second.
All right, moved by Ms. Ekstrom, seconded by Ms. Shaw. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Item passes 5-0. Ms. Reyes, congratulations.
Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, Board President Shaw, board members, TUSD community. Thank you for your vote of confidence tonight. I am grateful to have the opportunity to serve as HR director. And as I approach my 11th year with TUSD as an employee, and also being a former student, I didn't graduate from TUSD, but I came here K through 8. I'm just very honored, and this is such a meaningful opportunity for me to arrive to this point. I understand the critical role that our schools play in our community, as well as the challenges that we face, and that's why I'm committed to human resources playing a vital role in our district through attracting and retaining the right individuals to serve our students and supporting our employees during periods of transition with the dignity and respect that they all deserve. By prioritizing staff, we place them and ultimately our students in the best position to succeed. And so tonight, I thank you for the trust that you're placing in me, and I look forward to getting to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Next, we have item 8.5, administrative appointments, principal, Tucson High Magnet School.
Yes, I want to take a moment to thank the Tucson High community, specifically Ms. Heather Bates, I think is the site council coordinator there. She just did a tremendous job helping us coordinate the interview and selection process and representing Badger Nation in that process. So interviewed a lot of great candidates, but tonight's hiring recommendation is a particular point of pride, I think, for our district. You know, for me, she is an absolutely outstanding leader. And I think what sometimes people forget, because she's been in administration now for quite a bit, she was one of the original architects and teachers of the historic and iconic Mexican American Studies program, where she got her start. And grew into an absolutely amazing teacher and staff developer. And then later under unitary status, under the desegregation consent decree, the unitary status plan, was on the ground as one of the primary architects of our culturally relevant slate of courses, and was instrumental in that implementation, which now features thousands of students now able to take those culturally relevant courses in both social studies and in math. And now in administration, she has really been the leader of a very inspirational turnaround in school improvement, where she currently serves as the principal of Catalina High School, creating more equitable systems for some of our most underserved communities out there at Catalina, where 1 in 4 students on that campus is either a refugee English language learner or a student with disabilities. And with that amazing student body, she has taken that campus from a D to now a B rating from the Arizona Department of Education. So I want everybody to join me in really welcoming as a hiring recommendation for our flagship school, Tucson High Magnet School. I'd like to recommend Dr. Norma Gonzalez to serve as its next principal.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And I'm going to move the item As a parent of a future Badger student in a couple of months, Dr. Gonzalez, I look forward to your really successful tenure at Tucson High. I look forward to my oldest daughter walking across that aisle in 4 years and shaking your hand and getting her diploma from you as a successful principal at Tucson High. So I will move this item.
I will second.
Item moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Luna Rose. Governing Board, any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Dr. Gonzalez. There she is. Dr. Gonzalez, congratulations.
That was a close call. Felt really stressed out back there. Good evening, Dr. Trujillo, Board President Dr. Shaw, and members of the Governing Board. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the entire Catalina High community. Our administrative team, faculty, staff, alumni association, students, and families. What we accomplished together was the product of a community that showed up for one another and for our students every single day. I carry that spirit with me with great pride and gratitude. Dr. Trujillo and members of this board, thank you, not just for this honor, but also for the trust you have placed in me to lead Tucson High Magnet School. I hold that trust with great care. I understand the weight of this responsibility, and I want you to know that I am fully committed to upholding the confidence you have shown in me, not just today, but in every decision that I make. To everyone at Tucson High Magnet, students, families, faculty, and staff, I approach this role with respect and humility. I will honor and protect the school's tradition of academic excellence and rich culture as we move forward. As I begin, I will make it a priority to listen and learn from everyone, ensuring all voices are heard. I am committed to strengthening our academic programs and creating opportunities that prepare every student to be a 21st century learner. I take this responsibility seriously and look forward to earning your trust. As we look to the future, I am committed to ensuring a smooth, thoughtful transition for all members of our Badger community. Together, I believe our best days are still ahead. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Dr. Gonzalez. And last but not least, 8.6, administrative appointments, principal, Lineweaver Elementary School.
Dr. Shaw?
Hold on a second. Are you going to make the motion? Can we have him say who it is?
Oh, yeah. I was like, I'm ready to go.
Ready to go. Dr. Trujillo and then Ms. Ekstrom.
So tonight's recommendation got her start in middle school, primarily as a middle school educator, and came to TUSD and became a curriculum service provider at Mansfeld and then later over at McGee. Then she got into administrative work at McGee and has gone on to serve the Lineweaver community as its assistant principal for 5 years before the opportunity arose to provide stable and consistent leadership this year when its longtime principal, Emily Walls, accepted a leadership opportunity at Miles. And she's done a fantastic job carrying forward that work. And one of the things I'm most impressed about with tonight's hiring recommendation in our finalist interview is really being able to craft a vision of what she sees as a new era of excellence for Lineweaver under her potential leadership. So tonight, I would like to recommend to the governing board the current interim principal for the position of permanent principal at Lineweaver, Christine Georgelos.
Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. As the mother of a fifth grader at Lineweaver, I would motion to approve Christine Georgelis as the principal of Lineweaver Elementary School.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom, seconded by Ms. Shaw. Any further comments from the governing board?
Let's go Lions.
Let's go Lions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Ms. Georgelis, congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Shaw, governing board members, and Dr. Trujillo. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've had the pleasure of working at Lineweaver for 5.5 years. As we said, 5 years as assistant principal and this past year as interim principal. It has been an incredible experience to me. What I've learned about Lineweaver is that it is a very special place, and I am truly honored and grateful that you trust me with its future, and I look forward to leading them moving forward. Thank you so much.
All right, and then we'll take a quick pause for a photo and then move on to item 9.1.
All of our hiring recommendations are now our appointees. If you want to join us up here in the front for a group photo, that would be appreciated.
Sorry.
Can we take a break? Ooh.
Okay, use the restroom.
Use the restroom. Yeah, Robbie's going to use the restroom.
reports. I don't see Natalie or Sadie, or where's Val even? Okay, here's Natalie. And let's get started with the presentation at least and move on. All right. Board Member Shaw, Board Member Romero, are you around? There we go. Board Member. All right, we're going to get started with our next agenda item. We have 9.1, Dr. Trujillo, Administrative Budget Reduction Recommendation for the 26-27 fiscal year.
Yes, Dr. Shaw, members of the governing board. First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out. You know, this is, several speakers made the point that I think needs to be reiterated is every single adult, no matter where they're at in the organization. You can go administration, like a lot of people called for. You can go facilities, you could go grounds, you could go payroll, you could go tech support, you could go transportation, you could go assistant superintendent. No matter how distanced the role may be from the classroom, inevitably, when you're cutting any of those positions or doing any of those expenditure reductions, it is going to result in diminished services. And that's what makes this moment so difficult and this season so difficult, because as Board Member Romero said, it's actually the start of a very difficult season. We had the Auditor General here at the last governing board meeting. Tonight, you're also going to hear from your external auditor, who's going to say the same thing, that a combination of factors, the disappearance of ESSER dollars that are no longer flowing into the district, the rise of vouchers that have now siphoned off over $30 million that would have been available to TUSD before the universal access that was granted by the legislature, the generational demographic shifts that we see, particularly Central City and Far East, where we see that urban flight, folks in search of a cheaper cost of living, K-12 aged families looking at places like Rio Rico or Marana, just to have a cheaper rent or a cheaper go of things. Folks waiting longer to have kids, folks not having kids. And to me, the most disturbing stat is 47% of homeowners east of Swan being 55 or over, which, of course, those are the folks that are in the best position to be able to buy. None of these trends are really good for the K-12 business. And absolutely, strengthening the academic product, strengthening extracurriculars, which the override is thankfully going to be able to do, is put the PE and the music teachers back. And that's where the override helps. The override is going to help us protect those positions, put those positions in play to make sure that they're not on the chopping block at all whatsoever. But what remains is a deficit. What remains is the fact that the revenue that we have coming in, as you've heard, you're going to hear again from our external auditor, you heard it from the Auditor General, the revenue that we have coming in through our enrollment is not matching the rising cost of our ongoing expenditures. We want highly competitive salaries, and as Dr. Shaw stated at the last meeting, we make no apologies for investing millions of dollars in the most competitive salaries. That's honorable that we did that with the surplus. We invested those dollars in employee salaries. We invested those dollars in summer school and academic interventions for students. But while doing that, we all acknowledged that we would be dealing with this deficit a little bit further down the road. Further down the road is here. And now we are, unfortunately, one of 9 school districts that has been flagged by the Auditor General as being at highest financial risk. Doesn't mean we're insolvent. Doesn't mean we're bankrupt, right? We're making payroll, we're doing all that. It means that if we don't start making some decisions, that we could potentially be the next Antelope Union or Isaac, the only two school districts in the state that are currently in receivership. I had the unfortunate experience, as most people do, of having to face a very anti-public education, anti-TUSD joint legislative audit committee last Monday. That wasn't fun. To have the eyes of the legislature on us asking questions and demanding answers and really not understanding the amazing work or even supporting the amazing work that goes on in our schools. So tonight is the first in a series. We'll be back actually March 10th with more budget cuts. Our goal is always, whenever we do have to cut any position, we try to start as far away from the classroom as possible. We try to start as far away from teaching and learning going on in classrooms, teachers and students and TAs and the student support service positions, realizing that whatever we are going to put forward as a recommendation is going to be a tremendously difficult decision, because again, it doesn't matter how far you get from the classroom. School districts and schools, they are communities. They're communities of people, and people have relationships, and people connect. People connect through teams. They connect with their colleagues. They connect with the schools that they serve, whether it's that field tech that's from ITS that's going out and helping a teacher with their printer, or it's the bus driver bringing kids to school, or it's the food service team member that's greeting students in the lunch line, or it's our payroll clerks that work very, very hard to answer questions from our employees about payroll, or people in benefits. It's a relationship business, and that's really what makes this very, very difficult, will make the season very, very difficult. I think you heard several speakers talk about starting at the top. That's part of our recommendation. I understand that even in these difficult times, if I'm going to ask the rest of the district to make cuts, I have to work with a smaller administrative team. So you'll see tonight, one of our recommendations will be to eliminate one of the regional assistant superintendent positions, and then also to eliminate 2 director positions and start running a smaller, more leaner administration. So tonight, taking us through the details will be our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ricky Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez?
Ma'am, any outbursts, you will have to go outside. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'll just preface this as well as to say that these, as you know, as your CFO, as the person who is responsible to provide you the work that you need to steward along the finances of this district, are very difficult. I do this from a credential that far exceeds a CPA. I do this from the credential of being a parent of 2 students in the Tucson Unified School District. So I do these through that lens. So we'll move forward. So as I've mentioned before, the district has a projected budget deficit that extends through the fiscal year 30 of $27 million. This is a collective budget deficit that has been ongoing for the last several years. It precedes my tenure as your CFO in the district. As Dr. Trujillo has mentioned, the district has been identified as a high financial risk district by the Arizona Auditor General. And among the items that really show that we are in high financial risk are 2. One is what's called the operating margin ratio. This means that if our percentage is higher, we are exceeding our revenues through our expenditures. So the dollars that come in are not enough to cover what we're expensing, and we're using one-time budget balance carry forward in order to to boost and move the budget forward on an ongoing basis. Also, the change in fund balance and the budget limit reserve. So a higher decline in the fund balance, meaning dollars that are left on the table from one fiscal year to the next, have been used for ongoing expenses. As Dr. Ravi and Dr. Trujillo have mentioned, these have gone traditionally to provide increases in salaries to employees across the entire district. Unfortunately, this is no longer sustainable. For the 26-27 school year, the district administration is recommending $10 million in permanent reductions in the non-desegregation M&O budget for the entire school district. This is an updated 5-year projection. This is similar to what I brought to you about a month ago. This has now been updated to show a 2% decline year over year in the weighted student count. Now, there is a misconception that the weighted student count and the average daily membership are the same thing, and they are not. So weighted student count includes increases that we receive for additional weights in students who are identified with disabilities, English language learners, or students who are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. Those numbers have remained stable and have remained the same, which has offset the overall decrease in the average daily membership. Nevertheless, because we've now exceeded a 3.5% decline, I've moved my projection for average daily membership on a year-over-year decline from 1.5% to 2%. So this reflects an updated final balance through fiscal year 30 that now exceeds $33 million, if this trend continues. Now, this assumes a couple of things. This assumes that there is no new revenue coming from the state. There is no expectation at this point that the state legislature will bail out any school district that is in any financial harm. Moreover, we have ongoing expenditures beyond just payroll. 90% of our budget is people. And unfortunately, at some point, people will be touched. Our budget balance carry forward, as you can see, by the end of fiscal year 27, will be completely wiped out. We will no longer have money to do ongoing things. We will also remove the capital dollars that have been transferred from capital to M&O after the end of next school year, the 26-27 school year. All that being said, we will continue to bleed dollars unless we maintain our level of enrollment or increase revenues or decrease expenditures. This without the override. As I mentioned previously in presentations to all of you, the override was not ever meant to be a saving grace for the district. The commitments that we made to the voters were everything that the voters have passed and we will put into effect in the next school year. It was not meant ever to be a Band-Aid to cover the deficit. We were going to take care of that on our own. So, what are the budget realignments? Number one, currently we are proposing $3.6 million in central budget reductions. The Risk Management and Utilities Department will not see a decrease. This is for obvious reasons. We continue to see increases specifically in the utility side. We are expecting at some point up to a 14% increase from Tucson Electric Power. As I've mentioned before, we pay the same commercial rates that Caterpillar pays. There is no exemption for school districts. We have to pay the same thing. Now, the exceptional education, facilities, interscholastics, and school safety departments will see a decrease of 2%. Their combined amount is just under $786,000. All remaining departments will be decreased by 7% to the tune of $2.8 million. Next, the elimination of all regional substitute teacher itinerant positions. So these are essentially what are called full-time substitute teachers that have become rovers, assigned to different schools, and they're assigned to different regions. Every region has between 2 and 3 positions. We currently have 15 and a half positions. 8 of them are currently filled. By eliminating all 15 and a half, we will reduce the budget by $914,000. Next, the closure of the customer service center within the operations division. There are 17 positions that are currently affected. 16 of them are currently filled. This will save the budget approximately $1.1 million. Next, the elimination of the Santa Cruz Region or Region 2 office. This is the office of the Regional Assistant Superintendent for Santa Cruz. This will save about $223,000 by eliminating the Regional Assistant Superintendent position, the assigned administrative secretary position, and the entire operating budget for that department. Next, the centralization and the reduction of all attendance and registration techs, approximately $1 million. This affects all schools except high schools. The new formula would be 600 students to 1 FTE. We currently have just under 94 FTE. The new FTE would be about 65, and there would be a loss of under 29 FTE across the district. The new formula sets a minimum of a half-time position at all schools that are impacted. Schools with a 3/4 time or 0.75 attendance tech would retain their position, while schools who have a half-time position would be put into a job sharing model with another school. Next, departmental eliminations in the Curriculum and Instruction Division, $426,000. The consolidation of the functions of the Multicultural Department integrated into the Culturally Relevant Pedagogy and Instruction Department. This would eliminate the director, the program coordinator, the admin assistant, all of the operating expenses, except for the professional development academic trainer assigned for that department would be transferred to CRPI. So that is the only position that would continue in a new department. The elimination of the Senior Director of Magnet Programs, with the current oversight of the department managed by the existing program manager for Magnet Programs. That position has been vacant since Mr. Taravati left. There is currently an existing program manager who's carried on the duties with the support of Dr. Hewitt in the Curriculum and Instruction Division. The recommendation is to no longer fill the Senior Director position going forward. The next steps, as Dr. Trujillo has mentioned, we would come back to you on March 10th. Departments are currently working on line item detail to present to you on how they will implement cuts, because they will be affecting people, and they will be affecting operating expenditures. Department heads are putting together those proposed plans. They are due to my department by Monday. These will be presented to the board on March 10th, and we will publish what every department head is recommending to the board in order to cut. Now, this affects only departments that have non-desegregation M&O budgets. So if you're a department that is entirely funded by desegregation dollars, you are not affected. If you're a department who has some desegregation funding, only the portion that is non-deseg is affected. The calculation is based on central department level budgets and not allocations to schools. So for example, the exceptional education department has a 2% cut. Their budget is over $50 million. However, the calculation of their 2% is based only on $18 million in expenditures within their department, so that the actual dollars at the schools remain intact to the extent that those positions and those services are needed for the students at the individual schools. We are currently in the process of finalizing all proposed school budgets for the fiscal year 27, and we expect to have that process completed by the end of next week. We will determine at that point the savings that will happen from teacher FTE attrition due to enrollment changes. We know that nearly a 4% decline will mean fewer teachers, but our focus is going to be on closing positions that are vacant, so through attrition and not through reduction. And so as we complete that process, by the end of next week, we will start compiling that in order to figure out what now is the goal that has come about through teacher attrition. So in summary, these are the recommendations for fiscal year 27. And I'll reiterate them: the elimination of the regional itinerant substitute teachers, the elimination of the customer support center and the associated positions, the centralization and reduction of attendance and registration technicians, the elimination of the one regional assistant superintendent's office, the merger of the multicultural curriculum and culturally relevant pedagogy and instruction departments, the elimination of the senior director of magnet programs, and last, we would recommend that the governing board direct the budget advisory committee to begin the process of exploring school consolidations and reconfigurations beginning in the 27-28 school year. The savings at this point have not been determined until the factors and the schools have been identified. Once that process is underway, we'll be able to actually identify what those dollars would be. But we are recommending that that process begin now for the 27-28 school year. All told, items 1 through 6 would generate $3.7 million of the $10 million that we are looking to recoup for the next fiscal year. With that, I will take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I want to clarify before turning it over to my governing board colleagues. With the recommendations, can you go back a slide? We'll keep it on this slide here. So the recommendations tonight before us don't include the department level cuts. So it's going to come back to us March 10th. So either you mentioned a number of different cuts, and everything that you had mentioned is in this recommendation except for departmental level cuts.
Right, we will bring those back on the 10th when we have the detailed department by department.
Okay. Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. So can you explain to me the merge of the multicultural department and CRPI? Because I was under the impression this was all from DSEG budget.
So those the position of the director, the admin assistant, and the program coordinator are DSEG funded. However, the DSEG dollars would not disappear. What we would do is find eligible expenses within the M&O budget that are also eligible for DSEG in order to free up M&O. So we're not using DSEG to balance the budget. We're using M&O to balance it by moving expenses that become eligible. So we have, for example, language acquisition teachers, ELD teachers, dual language teachers that are paid by regular M&O. That potentially could go in there. We have teachers in GATE and ALE that could also go in there. So we would explore other expenses that are eligible to be funded from DSEG in order to free up M&O.
What were the two positions that are funded from DSEG again?
So there are three that are, so there are four, but three of them are the ones being eliminated. There's the director of multicultural.
That's from DSEG?
That's from DSEG.
Okay.
The administrative assistant, the program coordinator, and then the PDAT, the professional development academic trainer. But that PDAT would not be closed. That PDAT would just be moved along with that person to the CRPI department.
And we did get a lot of questions about the elimination of the regional assistant superintendent. I know that I had asked questions about how the schools would be reconfigured in a new plan. I just have a real hard time because I feel like principals were not asked how this would affect them, what it looks like. Again, I feel like we're being reactive instead of proactive. I think if we put out everything and are more transparent, we may not have all of this upheaval. People would know what is going on from the get-go. So I think putting this out there on Friday and people figuring out what's going to happen to my school and to my region, I think we did a disservice to our community.
Ms. Shaw?
Thank you for the presentation, and I wholeheartedly agree with Ms. Ekstrom. You know, the information came out just within the last few days. Of course, we've been getting information in this executive session, but it's easier to understand and digest once it's like consolidated in a PowerPoint and we get all the extra materials that can help us understand, plus having the community speak on the impact that these potential cuts will have on our school sites. And so I do think we need to do better due diligence in putting out information in like just a study item before we alarm the community. What more, it should be really in a full package. I know TEA spoke about how we need to have like a long scale plan instead of doing these incremental cuts one board meeting to another. And so I don't want to have everyone have to come back and keep advocating for things that I think hopefully the majority of us aren't going to support, but I hope in the future that we can just have a long-term plan that the community can digest and provide feedback for, and then we could think about it and then come to a vote.
Mr. Romero?
So, excuse me, a couple things. First of all, it was mentioned, Dr. Ravi mentioned, so the other departments for their cuts is not on this list. One of the things that I know we had last time, and it really, I guess maybe we didn't give them the assignment correctly. We were asking for a 7% reduction, not asking for more money. I want to make sure that none of the departments come back saying, we're so important that we need more money. That's not the assignment. If you do that again, you get an F. It's kind of like we do in our schools. We need to make sure that these departments cut 7% minimum. That's just not acceptable. Last go around was terrible. One of the issues on here, again, we're going to have to make some cuts. We understand people are behind these things. I had the great opportunity to read at one of our elementary schools for love of reading. The principal was busy doing principal things. The office manager was also busy. I rang the doorbell. We had our attendance clerk who buzzed me in because nobody else was available. This isn't the first time this has happened. This happened I went to another school where it was on the south side, and same type of thing. Principal was doing their thing, office manager doing their thing, because they had this extra body in there. They were able to do these things. Yes, maybe not so much at the high schools where they have a lot more bodies, but when you start shifting some of these responsibilities, especially when these kids and families are coming in, and that's the first person they see. And when I've been waiting for principals, when I do my school visits, these attendance people know these kids by name. They know the parents by name. They're not just a body taking numbers. They're building relationships with everybody that comes in that door, whether it be someone that's there or wants their kid to come to these schools. I couldn't mention it before during the call to the audience because we could only do 2 at one time. I understand we want to keep money, keep things away from our classrooms, but I think things that take direct impact on our schools like that position should be kind of hands-off first until we can find other things. One of the great things, I think, by having this, even though it came up out of the blue maybe to some, I got so much positive impact from principals saying, hey, let's talk about this. Hey, let's look at these other areas where we can save some money. They're coming up with solutions. Yes, they want to keep the people that they have at their schools. A lot of them realize we need to start looking at consolidating schools, closing some of these things down where it makes sense. Again, these are all going to be hard decisions that we're going to have here. I want to thank all those that reached out to all of us to advocate. And the nice thing is we're not just saying, hey, don't touch this. It says, hey, let's have a discussion. Let's have a conversation. Let us keep these people. Let's look at other areas where we're willing to sacrifice things, but we don't want to sacrifice inside of our schools. So again, looking at some of these things, I know one of them is a regional, and that's going to be difficult. You know, most of us know him personally. He's got a great relationship with a lot of our schools. Unfortunately, our enrollment's down. We're not the same district where we can afford all these positions that we had 5-10 years ago. We've not downsized. We've not made these tough decisions back then. We're going to have to make some of these cuts. But I know one of the ones that I'm going to have a hard time even bending a little bit on would be our registration and attendance tags.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. And thank you for everybody coming, and thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So one question, well, two questions really. I'm assuming, because as the liaison to the Budget Advisory Committee, you know, we just went through a huge exercise of what the board wanted the Budget Committee to oversee. So what were your thoughts, and maybe perhaps this is a bigger conversation also with Dr. Trujillo on wanting to see what the BAC would, what's the future for them in terms of what kind of items they would be looking at?
No, that's a great question. When you talk about the long-term plan, there was only one long-term plan. We have to reimagine our physical footprint. This district is not a declining enrollment district. We're a declining enrollment district on the east. There's population growth on the southwest where we're not. And the question of what to do over in a sector of the district that's not growing is going to be the challenge of our times. That's the long-term plan. Otherwise, you will be in a series of budget seasons. And we can have budget hearing after budget hearing. I've been in TUSD for almost 10 years. When you get in front of a group of parents and employees in a community forum or a budget study session, and you say, I'm going to even take a half of a resource away from this school, you will get the advocacy that you get tonight, and rightly so. That's just, we can make the process longer, we can have listening sessions, we can continue to do that. When you start taking resources, even if they're distanced, if it results in the diminishment of service to schools, you're going to get advocacy. This is why these moments are so difficult. And the way that you start to deal with those moments is you have a long-term plan for growing revenue in the district. And that involves reimagining our footprint and starting to shift the district over to areas where housing is going up, where housing is cheaper, where the K-12 families are starting to move, and that's over in the south and the southwest. And Budget Advisory Committee is a governing board appointed committee. It's already been tasked with looking at financial recommendations for the district. It's already been appointed by governing board members. It's already a well-seasoned group that I think could be in the position, Board Member Luna Rose, to really start looking at proposals and doing cost projections before they're coming to the governing board or before we're presenting publicly in all of the required pieces that would have to happen through public transparency before any final decisions are made.
Okay. Actually, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Mr. Romero?
And kind of going back to something that was mentioned earlier regarding the customer support center, and I know the gentleman was talking about of our, our missing kids on the bus and things of that nature. I know the customer support center was something that was newly put together in that space, at 1010 for these things, combining some things. But we had a system in place before, I'm guessing, or what does again, like I said, we know so many people's positions are important. Even you don't think maybe the janitor is as important, but if you have a toilet that's not working at a school, everybody's friend is that guy who's going to fix the toilet over there. As far as things of that nature, where they're at, what is our vision for some of these things?
Well, with the customer service, which was the original question, we would revert back to the older structure, which was the help desk. And so those of us that have been around remember the help desks in various departments, that's where you would go. So instead of going to a one-stop shop situation by calling into the customer service center, it's now I'm going to call into operations, I'm going to talk to Jana, she's going to give me an update on what's going on if I'm a principal with something related to HVAC, or I'm going to call into transportation if I have questions on a route. We used to have pre-customer service center, we used to have staff members inside of transportation that worked exclusively for transportation, and that would continue. They would have to have some customer assistance over there for a route question. So that's the big difference between the older structure and the new structure that was created a few years ago.
And are there positions available for some of these positions that we're talking about reducing? Again, I think our registration one, that's a whole different topic, but like on our customer support center, what do we have as far as other areas where those people that are in those positions might be able to move to?
Well, we do have a soft hiring freeze right now to keep vacancies open for any employees that might be displaced by tonight's decisions so that we can get them into the district-initiated transfer process into some of those open positions. Our process, we work really hard at making sure that a position that might be available to an employee affected matches their same pay grade. Sometimes we can do that, sometimes it's lower, and sometimes the employee has multiple opportunities to choose, sometimes it's just a single opportunity. So making sure that currently open positions in district sort of classified positions remain open. We made that call a few weeks back just to try to make sure that we had plenty of opportunities if we were going to have some of our employees affected tonight.
Yeah, and I think that would also, again, just want to reiterate to them, it's like, it's not like we just want to be done. There is other spaces that are available if you're willing to do those positions, because we do know you are of value to our district. But just knowing that helps soften it. Again, everybody's job's important. We just have to make some tough calls right now.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. So, say a couple of things. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And I think everyone here, I think most of you were out there knocking on doors for the override. And thank you for all of your advocacy last fall in getting this override passed. We'll be having very different conversations if the override didn't pass. That couple-year runway we have to make cuts would have been all this year. We would have to make $25 million of cuts like tomorrow if the override didn't pass. And I'm really glad we have the override. We're able to keep so many positions in our district, expand some that are really going to be meaningful to our district. I know that I've been a line weaver parent for 8 years now with my oldest, and now my twins in second grade at line weaver. And every year it comes up how we're going to keep our PE teacher. And now we have a mechanism with the override to do so. Are we going to be able to maintain music and art programs? How are we able to keep all the reading interventionists and math interventionist positions that we have in our district? Counselors and social workers and so many more that are directly working with our students. And so I'm very just thankful for all of your hard work and the community for supporting the override and giving us this runway to really not make all the cuts in 1 year, but to make some decisions over the course of the next couple of years to address some of the financial strains of our district. And I said this last board meeting, and I'll say it again, the reason that we are a high-risk district is because we had $45 million in savings and we use those savings to keep programs and services in place for our students. We kept positions, we kept giving salary increases year after year, even with the deficit budget, thanks to the savings that we were able to accrue over the pandemic. And so I make no apologies for using the savings we had to meet the needs of our students and schools and staff around their district. And yes, that means that we're a high-risk district, and I think this is a first step in terms of making sure that we start making some budget cuts, moving capital money back into capital, making sure we address some of these positions tonight. Oftentimes when folks come out here to our meetings, I talk about the sea of red, and how thankful I am for the sea of red of TEA members and others to come in advocating for issues in our schools, making sure that you're on the ground, seeing what's going on, and coming to our schools day in, day out for all of our students here with, 4 parents on the dais. Shout out to Ms. Belvedere, the attendance clerk at Lineweaver, who has been opening the door for me whenever I'm there to pick up my kids, and I'll be there tomorrow to pick up my kids a few minutes early to take them out to rodeo weekend. I really appreciate all the advocacy. I think tonight would have been very different if it wasn't for all the emails and phone calls and everyone out here tonight advocating for your schools and positions. And that really makes a difference in terms of the work that we're doing here on the governing board. Ms. Shaw?
When items like these come back, Mr. Hernandez, I would like, before we start at the school level at things like the attendance clerks, that we really put on the chopping block the non-essential parts of our budget, like travel, like staff going to conferences. That should just be eliminated across the board, including our governing board. Like the dues and memberships that are $200,000 a year. Get rid of it, before we consider cutting staff. There's a lot that we've done that I've even voted for, like the $1 million contract for the landscapers. I think it was Brightview. Like, let the grass grow wild if we can keep positions in our schools. So I really don't want to vote on this tonight, but I think we may divide the question and vote on specific things that we know some of us aren't going to support, so that, we can calm the nerves of the people. Of course. Not yet.
So there's no reason to divide a question. We have no motion on the table right now. What we can decide, we have a menu here of 7 items to vote on potentially tonight. So I'll make the first motion to approve the recommendations as recommended minus item number 3, which is the attendance and registration clerks.
So, I'm sorry, taking out all of them, or voting on all of them with the exception of taking out 3.
Correct.
I will move the item.
Okay, well, I moved in, so.
Oh, I will second, sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor with a second. So the motion is to approve the recommendations as presented minus the centralization reduction of attendance and registration texts.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
And please guide me if I'm doing this incorrectly. I would like to remove, that was number 2. Sorry, I'm trying to find it on this slide. Sorry, I can't see that very well. Yes. Well, thank you. I don't think that we should eliminate the customer service center now that I've heard everything that they do, all of the calls that they get, like 50,000 calls, 20,000 just in this school year. Like, come on, helping to find lost kids like Val Romero. Very important. It is really important, so I appreciate you all talking about what you do and guiding us in these difficult moments. And I'm also having some issues with the removal of the regional assistant superintendent. Like, what's going to happen to that region if he's gone? Like, who's going to take it over? There's just a lot of questions that we have not been given the answer to, and it is a high-need area. So I would like to also remove, so number 4, the number 3, 4, and 2. Yeah. And even 5, like, I'm still unsure. I'm sorry, like, I'm just not sure, you know, because we just don't have the full information. So I would like to remove 5 for now as well. So that's my motion in a very strange way.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So it looks like there's a lot of unanswered questions tonight, and I think we're eliminating like 2/3 of any budget cuts. And so what I'll do a substitute motion. This is a study action item for this to come back to us, the entire package to come back to us, along with the departmental cuts. So I don't think we're really making any difference on like actually addressing the budget issues here.
Can we at least vote on the the attendance and registration tax?
We have a second for mine. You don't have a second, Dr. Shaw, for your third one.
Number 3.
Your second motion.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I don't think anyone seconded your motion to table it, right? 'Cause I think
Well, it was, so what is the role of the board tonight? Jen, I didn't understand your comment, Jennifer, on what you wanted to do.
I mean, if we want to come back and get more information, I'm all for that, but I think we need to just take off the table right now the attendance and registration tax.
And the customer service center and the regional.
Mr. Romero.
Just a quick question. Is it, again, looking at this as one full thing, I don't think is realistic. I think if we're gonna vote on things, we need to look at it line item by line item, and address it that way, because each line item affects a certain part of our, of our district, versus saying 1 and 3 and 2 and 4, nothing, da-da-da. I think to make some movement on here, and then also close some concerns we have from our community. And I don't know if I need to do this as a motion or not. I think a good way for us to approach this would look at it line item by line item. For those that want to vote on some of these things, we can do it that way. If we need some more information, I think like Ms. Shaw was mentioning, regional assistant, what does that look like if this person leaves? Again, I know we need to make these cuts, but at the same time, she has some questions, and so do our principals in that region when he's gone, if he's gone, what that future looks like. So I would be in favor of looking at some of these things so we have movement moving forward, closure on some other things that we don't want to touch, and then coming back with those that we need more information on.
Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, I think it's my responsibility just really to bring as much clarity as I possibly can. These are permanent reductions. There is no comprehensive plan. For example, number 1, that's a permanent reduction. Those regional itinerant subs, the plan is they can call every day and get jobs. That's it. The regional sub exists right now as an in-house option that we have on retainer that we can assign jobs every single day. If that position ceases to exist, they go back into the daily sub pool. So there is no plan. It just goes there. And they're free to call in and take daily jobs. When you look at the consolidation of multicultural and culturally relevant pedagogy and instruction, it will then become the culturally relevant pedagogy instruction department, and they will absorb the responsibilities of the multicultural department as it was in its major functions, That one, of course, involves a PIA that's out there and it's posted publicly. So we're more than happy to come back. When you look at 4, that's just downsizing administration, which is what we've heard for 3 years, that it's too bloated and we're trying to cut. And there is no plan there because it's a permanent reduction. It just means that the remaining schools in that region, they would be assigned 3 or 4 at a time to the remaining assistant superintendents, the 4 that we have. So their caseloads would go up, but it's administration. We're supposed to set the example. We're supposed to work harder with less. So the regional assistant superintendents that have a caseload of like 16 schools, absorbing the Santa Cruz region, it would probably go up to like 20 or 21. And that's just a function of administrative reduction. So we're happy to come back, but there's not going to be sort of a comprehensive plan just because the nature of the recommendation is permanent reduction. It means start at administration, cut, work with less, and reimagine your workflow. So that's really what we'll come back with.
And if I could clarify number 1, the regional itinerant substitute teachers are fully certified teachers. I mean, we just call them regional itinerant subs because they are essentially itinerant in a region. If those positions don't exist, they go into the teacher pool. They're fully eligible, depending on their certification, to jump into a vacant teacher position at any one of the schools, right? So it's not even about them wanting to go back to being a temporary sub. These are full-time, fully certified that are eligible for classroom positions tomorrow if that's what they want to be. And we have had that. If you look at some of the HR listings that you've approved, there are regional itinerant subs who have moved into permanent jobs throughout the year. So with number 1, it's a savings, but ultimately they stay teachers wherever they want to go.
So I want to ask 2 questions. First of all, so there's proposal of $3.7 million in cuts tonight. If less is made, and a significant less is made, what would be the plan in terms of how to make cuts in the district?
We would then propose that instead of 7% reductions to departments that we go 2, and we'll be doing exactly what the community said, go straight into
10.
district administrative, 10%. We'll go straight down every administrative department, finance, HR, transportation. But what I've said a lot of times, and I know it's people like to say admin. Well, admin encompasses all your outside of the school spending. So even when you're starting at the furthest distances of the classroom and you're cutting district administration, you're still ultimately affecting services to schools. You're still ultimately displacing individuals in some of those positions. So it would just be a different group of individuals that we would have to consider. Because a lot of those departments have school and employee-facing services. It would be very hard to go to our ITS leader, Rabi Hamadi, and say, you need to do another 3% on top of the 7%, and him not touching school-facing positions like IT techs that are out there helping with classroom technology. And we would see that in grounds, we would see that in transportation. So it just would mean a deeper cut into administration and in the different administrative departments.
And just back of the napkin math, if you will, based on Ms. Shaw's substitute motion of 2, 3, and 4, the cuts would actually have to go up to 12 or 13%. And the cuts for the 2% departments would have to go up to 3 or 4. So, because that's the only way to balance out the fact that I no longer have about $2.5 million out of a $3.7 million cut. So it'd be anywhere between 12 and 14 for the 7%, anywhere between 2 and 3 for the 2, or anywhere between 3 and 4 for the 2%. Ex-ed, fine arts, interscholastic, school safety, and facilities.
And my second question, can you talk more about the customer service support center? You mentioned earlier about how we would substitute that, or what's your plan? What's their plan with all the work that they're doing?
The plan is then every department would then have its own designated position that would field inquiries and concerns from parents or employees, which was the former structure. The former structure was that transportation had its own in-house customer service team, that they would field transportation-related calls. We would go back to that model. Operations department would have their own help desk. We would have to set up the help desk there, and they would be taking operations-related inquiries and concerns, following up on work orders, anything that was generated, it would be the same thing over in HR in our other divisions. The concept behind the customer service center was, instead of doing all that and having an employee try to contact 6 or 7 different places, why not just house it all at 1010, reconfigure the basement, get a team of people in there that could be a one-stop shop for all of these different areas and that could move the levers of the district. So how life will change is that employees now will have to know 5 or 6 different points of contact for different departments to try to get the assistance, and that was the former structure that we had.
One structure that we didn't have that we do have now with the implementation of the bond is the dashboards. So the work order dashboards that every principal now has access to not only includes bond work orders, but includes non-bond work orders. And those are fed through the ticketing systems that are currently in existence that supplement the customer support center. So there would be other sources of information to inform sites about the progress of their work.
So my substitute motion failed for lack of a second. I'll make another motion to divide the question so that we vote on all 7 items separately. Okay, so item is moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. So all those in favor of dividing the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-0. Any further discussion before we start voting on each item?
I have one more question. So with the multicultural department, and then the elimination of the magnet director, I'm assuming curriculum and instruction is reconfiguring how they're doing their department, correct?
Yes, they are.
So when will we see that?
March 10th, when we get into departments.
Okay. And my concern with the elimination of this, the regional superintendent, I understand that it's a cut, but these schools that are under this umbrella don't know where they're going. So I imagined, and I may be incorrect, that it would all be broken up again and schools would be in different regions, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying that Leonard-Quiles could go to the Arcadia region and Van Busker would go to Arroyo Chico? So they would be divvied up that way?
No, they would just simply be assigned different supervisors. So all of your regional assistant superintendents carry out the same essential functions.
Right, I understand.
They're just going to be assigned a different supervisor.
Okay.
That's all that's going to happen.
Okay.
There's going to be no geographical shift of that nature.
Okay.
Okay, let's start. I'm going to do a roll call votes on all 7 of these items. We'll start with number 1, elimination of the regional itinerant substitute teachers, a saving of about $900,000. Ms. Bourbeau will do roll calls on each of these.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 5-0. Number 2, elimination of the customer service support center and associated positions, saving about $1.1 million.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw? Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 4-0. Next is centralization and reduction of
Dr.
attendance and
Shaw.
registration tax, savings about $1 million.
Her mic's not working.
There we go.
I voted no on
Yes, I said 4-1. Did I say 4-0?
You said 4-0.
It's okay, it's 4-1, excuse me. Ms. Bourbeau, I get number 3.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
No.
Mr. Romero?
No.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
No, item fails 0-5. Item 4, eliminate 1 regional superintendent office, savings of about $200,000.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 3-2. Next is number 5, merge multicultural curriculum and culturally relevant pedagogy and instruction, savings about $300,000.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 3-2. And final, second to last, we have eliminate senior director of magnet programs position, savings about 130,000.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 4-1. And finally, direct the Budget Advisory Committee to begin the process to explore school consolidations and reconfigurations for the 27-28 school year.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 4-1. Thanks again, everyone, for all your advocacy for your schools, and a lot of tough decisions were made tonight, and a lot of tough decisions are ahead. We'll take a quick 5-minute break.
This is the problem could be if this is on, if this closed, it's going to make it so we have to just leave it like this if nobody's here. On him, he need to turn off if it doesn't. Yeah, so I think probably we can cut it here so he can remind him it's on. So
take some doing.
Can I set this is okay? Anticipate that.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing this whole time. I was texting my sister and my mom. Yeah, so. Well, we've got one study action item.
Good evening, Pilar. No, it's going to happen. All right, we're going to get started back with our meeting. Mr. Romero, if you're in hearing distance. I'm going to propose an agenda adjustment as we continue on. 8.7, approval of the Native American policies and procedures should be very quick. Is there any objection? Seeing none, take unanimous consent for that objection. Agenda, take a second to talk here. I'll take that as unanimous consent for that agenda adjustment. So next on our agenda will be 8.7, approval of the Native American policies and procedures for TUSD. Dr. Trujillo.
Our Director for Native American Student Services, Roxanne Begay James, and our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Armenta, for this item.
Governing Board President Shaw, thank you for the opportunity to come back. I know last time we were here, there were several questions that you had, and I wanted to make sure that we had the expert, especially in this area, so I wanted to bring back Ms. Roxanne Begay, who oversees the Native American Department. I also want to inform the Governing Board that I did reach out personally to the Director of the Educational Department at Pascua-Yaqui Tribe, Mr. Romero. So he is aware that we are here doing this tonight. So I do want to let you know that I have been in correspondence with him to ensure that there is true collaboration and continued transparency of what we're doing with the board. I will turn it over to Ms. Roxanne Begay to give you the update on the policies and procedures of Native American.
Good evening, Governing Board members, Dr. Trujillo, Legal Counsel Ross, thank you. From the last Governing Board meeting, I know there were some questions that came about regarding specifically the plan, getting feedback from our Yaqui parents, our community partners. And so what I did was I went ahead and shared with you, Governing Board, the process that we take. I know that tribal consultation will be coming up. We are preparing the data to be released to our Yaqui families. And of course, they're going to provide us with feedback. In addition to that, as a part of my program, the Native American Student Services Program, we also get to have feedback from all of our families as well. And so that's something that we do in addition to getting feedback from our Yaqui families. And so that is something that we are currently going to be preparing for. In addition to that, there were some questions regarding the Native American Education Advisory Committee. I spoke with the committee members, and I appreciate your questions, Ms. Shaw, regarding the location of the advisory committee on our website. So we worked internally, and we were able to get them right front and center. They have their own tab. We have our meeting agenda, and we have our meeting minutes there located as well. And then finally, there was a discussion regarding the KPYT, the Pascua-Yaqui Tribes radio station. In the past, we've been able to partner with them. They have come to our opening house every year at the beginning of the year, and I believe they may be experiencing some turnover, so we haven't heard from them, but definitely we will continue to be able to partner with them. And so at this time, I want to, if there's some questions you might have regarding the Native American policies and procedures.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you so much for coming here with those answers to my questions. I know we spoke on Monday, and you gave me some background information about the change in leadership over at the tribe.
Ms. Shaw, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm not sure.
I know, my mic is, do I have to sit next to Mr. Romero? I'll be normal. Is anyone's mic working? Okay, well.
Hello?
Hi. So thank you for answering the questions that I had. So you said that the plan is out and you're still getting feedback?
So the Native American policies and procedures, we have to engage in this sharing of data every single year.
Right.
And so currently I'm working with assessment and evaluation. They're getting the data together. And then we're going to be sharing the data with our families. So that's currently in the works. We'll be sharing that with our families within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so it seems like we're not ready to vote on this item yet then?
Oh, no, you can go ahead and vote.
And
What you're
approve the
voting
plan.
on is just the process.
I see. Okay. Well, I appreciate you making those modifications to the website so that the information is front and center. And then when you do get that feedback, please do, send it to us so that we can review it. Because, I certainly want to be able to better serve those students and understand their needs and, pivot if we need to. So I'll move the item.
I'll second. I would just like to say that I'm glad that this is coming forward to be able to work together with the tribe. I think it's a really great opportunity for us.
All right, item is moved by Ms. Shaw, seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you. Are we moving on to 8.8 or 9.2 first? Which one do we decide was going next?
I believe it was the employee benefits.
Yeah, because we're going up to Phoenix after this, right?
Yes.
All right, we'll do 9.2 next. Approval of employees' benefits for the 26-27 school year.
Yes, President Shaw, members of the governing board. Last board meeting, we did a study session on what the Employee Benefits Trust recommendations would be to you in terms of an employee benefits package. Had an opportunity the last 2 weeks to hear from employees, I think through the healthcare forum that was hosted by Dr. Shaw, and some of you did attend. Here to walk us through tonight's recommendations again, John Fernandez, Chief Human Capital Officer. And I do believe we have Mr. Becerra. Are you here from Valley Schools? Right? Here we are. Okay. All right. Mr. Fernandez.
All right. So joined of course by our CFO, Ricky Hernandez, Rosie Ledesma from our benefits office, Mr. Ken Hicks, and Elvis Becerra from Valley Schools. The presentation we gave, this is the same presentation as last time. But in the interim, had an opportunity to attend and hear from employees through a forum hosted by our employee groups. So TEA, AFSCME, ELI, CWA, and their members. Dr. Shaw and several of you as well were there. So we want to thank you for listening in. And ultimately, I think we have a lot of work to do going forward, but the presentation you're seeing before you kind of restates what the Employee Benefits Trust recommended when it met earlier in February, and that is to, again, approve the 3 current medical plans that we currently offer for employees. The estimated costs of benefits projected to increase by 12.3%, so that's another $5.8 million. And the board has been able to support, and the trust is able to support subsidies, so employee premiums have remained flat for the last 5 years. But this year, due to the requirement to maintain at least a minimum of a 6-month reserve to cover anticipated claims, for that 6-month period, the EBT did not approve any reserves to be available for subsidies, given that the projection was to have at least maybe $400,000 in excess of the minimum level. But at the same time, that's just a projection, and we still have to get through the rest of the year to see whether we are above or below that reserve level. So at the end of the day, in conservative fashion, to meet that requirement, the EBT did not approve any available subsidies. So that's the general renewal proposal. Ultimately, it comes down to how this plays out in terms of premiums. So these are the premium changes. The top table is current and the blue table is projected. And so you'll see there are increases that employees will see from this year to next. Again, it'll catch employees up to a fully unsubsidized rate, which means again, they haven't seen the increase. The employees haven't seen increases since for the past 5 years, but now this will be sort of the true unsubsidized rate. And again, the district will continue to contribute its share of that total premium based on the chart that you see ahead. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there because that just was those are the summary, in general, the summary points from the proposal, and see if you have any questions. I know last time it was a study info. I think this meeting we're requesting approval because April is our open enrollment period, and so the time between now and April we have to kind of prepare to ensure that employees are offered the opportunity to elect benefits for the coming school year. So with that, I'll close and see if there are any questions.
It's been a really tough couple of weeks looking at this, and my thanks to our board liaison to the EBT, Ms. Luna Rose, for all of her work behind the scenes on this thing. I was proud the last 5 years we've been able to eliminate any increases to the insurance using ESSER money in a way that made an impact for our employees and staff. And then being a member of the board liaison to the Employees Benefits Trust, really looking at that reserves, the 6-month reserves, and how much over and under we were, and being able to advocate to use the reserves that we had to continue supporting the increase in costs. But the costs are going up so much, 8, 10, 12, 16% some years over the last couple of years. I'm proud of this governing board for really figuring out how to meet these needs. I think one of the first meetings that I was in 2021, in the pandemic, we were still on Zoom fighting to make sure that we eliminate cost increase for our employees, and I'm glad we've been able to do that the last couple of years before tonight's proposal. Ms. Luna Rose.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Shaw. Hi, Mr. Fernandez.
Hi,
More of a comment. I just wanted to thank your work and the work of the EBT, because you guys really hashed it out, and I know this is a challenge. I know, like, for me personally, I'm going to be seeing an increase in our own personal family health insurance. So I think this is across the board in any agency or anywhere you are right now in the United States. So I know that the vote needs to be made, but I just wanted to make those who are listening know that this was not made lightly, these changes. And there was, I think, 10 different ways this Sunday to try to see if there was a way to keep it from increasing, but this is where we are. So again, I just wanted to thank everybody for their work.
Thank you.
Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you for the information, and being the new liaison to the EBT. I was at the last meeting, and basically, employees have to eat this cost because of there's no other funds to fund our insurance. But I do think as a district, we need to do better and find something that's more affordable. And I just can't support this tonight. It's just too much of a huge jump for me to support. So I'm going to vote no.
So can we just also add, so this is a cost increase for our staff, but the district is also increasing its cost to the tune of over $4 million.
Yes.
So we had a very long conversation about the budget just a few minutes ago, and built into our budget, and one of the reasons why we had to cut even more this year going into next year was because of all these things that we have to build into our budget for the 26-27 school year, including a $4 million plus increase onto our, this is just M&O, that we're, $4 million are throughout our budget. So that includes DSEG, Title I, all of our budgets are seeing this $4 million increase coming in for TUSD. And the more we do on TUSD, I mean, it's all a balance, right? How much are we gonna do on TUSD? How much are we gonna do on the employees? What other cuts are we gonna make? And we saw how difficult it is to make any cuts tonight. What are we gonna do as a district to mitigate this? And there isn't another option. And Valley Schools can attest to this. I don't see anybody else in our region, anywhere else, doing anything different in terms of finding, things don't exist. You know, so someone who works in the field, I see different insurance programs come in through my own patients. There really isn't anything right now that exists beyond the major carriers to manage this. Everyone, when I was CEO of SAFE, we were dealing with, huge double-digit increases there for our 120 employees, and let alone our 7,000 or 6,500 members that are on this insurance right now. And this is just the healthcare world we live in right now until we get a single payer system or something that's better and different than what we have right now in this private system that we have.
I appreciate your insight, and I do understand that you work in the field, but we have 3 different healthcare plans. I just feel like there could be a way to look at maybe taking one away or, something like that. I just feel like we're just towing the line and then just, passing this on to our employees. And I understand what you're saying because I am seeing an increase in my insurance, but this coming, just off an override, giving a raise to our employees, I'm not sure what's going to be left after this. So it's a very hard pill to swallow, and I just cannot support it.
So with that said, I'll move the item as presented tonight.
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Barboa, there's a roll call on this one.
Ms. Ekstrom?
No.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 3-2. And again, I appreciate your advocacy. This is not a good place. We don't want to increase costs for our employees, but the costs are going up millions upon millions of dollars every single year. And we had a forum last week. Thank you, TEA, for leading that forum along with our other union members. We were looking for something different. We're trying to reinvent the wheel or find something outside the box that could potentially mitigate some of these costs over time. All right, thank you, Mr. Fernandez, and thank you, Valley School, for being here tonight. All right, next on our agenda is item 8.8, acceptance of the 24-25 fiscal year annual comprehensive financial report, CAFR, for the Tucson Unified School District. Mr. Hernandez, or Dr. Trio, Mr. Hernandez.
So it's good to see the good folks from Heinfeld Beach. There he is, Chris. Hello, good seeing you again. Want to welcome them. And I want to welcome Mr. Hernandez to kick us off. This is our annual comprehensive annual financial report. As I mentioned during budget reduction, I think you're going to see a lot of the same information that was communicated by the Auditor General, which is a lot of the same financials that were reviewed by our external auditor. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. Good evening again, board members. So this is the annual update to you, the governing board, on the annual comprehensive financial report or audited financial statements. I have Christopher Heinfeld, who leads the audit for TUSD, and then with him is Jill Shaw. She is the managing partner, one of the managing partners at Heinfeld Beach as well, and so they will take it from here, and then I've got a separate presentation right after they're done. Thank you.
All right, good evening, governing board members. Dr. Trujillo, thank you for having us here this evening to present on the annual comprehensive financial report, as well as the related audit. As mentioned, my name is Christopher Heinfeld, and I'm with Heinfeld Meaching Company. And I'm joined here this evening by Jill Shaw, the managing partner of our firm. First, just a brief introduction of your engagement team, and this was in a slide previously presented last year. I am the engagement partner I've got about 20 years of experience with this firm and have worked on over 265 financial and compliance audits. The main liaison between our firm and the district personnel is Kara Curtis. She's the audit manager out of our Tucson office, and she's also the engagement manager on the TUSD audit. She's got about 15 years of experience and worked on or supervised over 245 compliance and financial audits. The next slide just presents the standards that guide the audits and specifically the financial reporting in the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. There's the Statement of Auditing Standards, as well as Government Auditing Standards, and then the financial reporting is under the Government Accounting Standard Board statements. Just some brief information about the audit. We began the audit this year in April of 2025 with the issuance of the engagement letter. From May through December of 2025, we conducted various fieldwork weeks and performed various test works over those weeks as information became available to us. And then we provided a draft of the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report to management on February 10th, which was then subsequently reviewed by the Audit Committee. Some of the sensitive estimates that are included in this report include the assumptions used in the actuarial valuations for the pension plans, as well as the assumptions used in the valuation of the incurred but not yet reported, or IBNR, claims. Some of the new pronouncements that were applicable this fiscal year related to GASB Statement 101 and 102. None of those standards, though, had a significant impact on the financial statements or note disclosures. Some of the non-audit services that we do perform for the district, though, include assisting with the preparation of the financial statements as well as the notes to the financial statements. And this includes adjusting journal entries to take the district's records and convert them to the appropriate basis of accounting according to GAAP. If we had any adjustments related to errors or misstatements, we'd let you know about those items. But we've had no disagreements with management on the financial transactions or note disclosures that are included in this report. A brief summary of this comprehensive report. Page 1 starts the introductory section, includes the transmittal letter, awards received by the district for financial reporting, the org chart, and a list of principal officials. The following page 19, is our independent auditor's report, in which we're issuing what we call an unmodified or clean audit opinion. Page 25 starts the management discussion and analysis section. This section is a year-to-year analysis of the district's financial statements, and we've got a few slides on that subsequent to this one, really analyzing the district as a whole, but also on an individual fund level. That's an unaudited section, but we do perform limited procedures over it. Page 37 starts the basic financial statements. There's two different sets of financial statements, your government-wide as well as your fund financial statements, followed by your note disclosures on page 54, which provide a lot of more detailed information about the financial statements. Both those are audited sections. Page 81 starts your required supplementary information section. This is required under GASB reporting, but is not audited. It includes specific budget to actual statements for your general fund, as well as your special revenue funds, as well as some of the pension schedules. Page 89 is some other supplementary information on your maybe less significant funds that have lower fund balances or lower activity or balances that aren't required to be reported with your basic financial statements. And then page 109 is your statistical section. It's a 10-year trend, a lot of good information in there, but again, unaudited. So as I mentioned, we had a few slides here on management's discussion and analysis, and specifically some changes at the district. A slight decrease in total assets from the prior year, 11.2 million or 1%, but overall a pretty significant decrease in liabilities, and that was driven by just the payment of debt over the past fiscal year, as well as a decrease in the pension liability. And then overall, there was an increase in your overall net position by about 7.2 million. On the revenue and expense side, overall revenues decreased by about 21.3 million or 3%, and this was primarily due to just the lapse of COVID funding in those grants. You see that on the expenditure side as well. Some of those related expenditures lapsed. However, the decrease in expenditures was primarily driven by the decrease in the pension liability, and that decrease in revenues from the COVID funding was really offset by some increases in property taxes collected. We're aware, obviously, that the Auditor General was here last month to discuss about financial stresses and specifically the district's high-risk designation. I've got on here some of the significant items that they pointed to. Two of them really relate to your financial statements, the financial position for the general fund and the operating margin and the change in fund balance. Those can be seen in the financial statements. I did want to add that the Auditor General will update their analysis with the release of this report. The numbers they presented to you were somewhat based on some unaudited figures for 25 versus audited figures for 24, but they should just be slight adjustments. So here are the financial statements, and here are where you see some of these financial stresses that the Auditor General discussed with you. The general fund's fund balance decreased from 88.7 million to 76.8 million. And specifically, if you look at the M&O fund in the schedule of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance budget to actual, the M&O fund's fund balance decreased from 21.9 million to an actual deficit of 3.9 million. Our responsibilities for the district when it comes to some financial stress factors like this are to evaluate whether there's significant or substantial doubt about the entity to continue as a going concern. And so we'll conclude through our audit procedures whether there's conditions or events that we feel cause substantial doubt about the district's ability to continue as a going concern. And some of that information from specifically GASB Statement 56 indicates that it's a very high level of financial stress. It would be the inability for the district to continue to pay its obligations, to pay its debt payments for bonds, to pay its payroll, to pay its employees. It would require the district to have to start restructuring its debt, and there could be the submission to the oversight agency for a separate fiscal assistance authority or financial review board, what we often see in Arizona as a receivership type thing. But none of these events have occurred at the district, and so there was no substantial doubt about the entities to continue as a going concern for a reasonable period of time. And at this point, I believe Mr. Hernandez has a few slides that he'll be presenting after us.
Governing board members, are we awake? We all love financial presentations. So.
You know you do. This is fantastic. Jean's just gonna have to pull it up real quick. Okay, so this is, I won't go through, detail by detail in terms of the presentation. Just, these were questions that came up during the audit committee meeting that I addressed with them. Some of these questions have been laid out in the, kind of in the public sphere, if you will. And we wanted to make sure to clarify these kind of on a, on a less kind of Christopher level, if you will. He's a lot smarter than I am. So first of all, one of the concerns that the audit committee presented was that there's an ongoing deficit, right? As was presented to you, the fund balance declined from 88.7 million to 76.8 million. And the drivers in the general fund is that the general fund itself in the district is made up of multiple funds, right? We call it the general fund, but it is treated as such, but it is made up of multiple funds, the primary one being M&O. So in the non-budget controlled funds, which are part of the general fund that are running on cash, we exceeded, so the expenditures may exceed the current revenues without creating a structural imbalance. In other words, there's sufficient prior year cash in order to continue to fund operations within that fund. The biggest one that you've taken action on is litigation recovery, right? We're no longer, we've received basically the majority of the revenues from the from one of our settlements, from the Jewel settlement, I apologize, from the Jewel settlement. And that cash is sitting in there. We continue to spend. So there are no revenues coming in, but we have sufficient cash in order to use them based on the authority that we've got. So there is a true structural deficit only when there are recurring expenses that exceed revenues in budget control funds, which we've talked about, in M&O. So overall, the general budget deficit is, both a combination of operating pressures, planned uses of available cash, but it's not really a uniform imbalance across the general fund because it's comprised of more than just M&O. The fact that there's, certain major operating and capital funds have this temporary deficit balance, there's this concern that essentially we're not getting reimbursed on time. And so number one is federal and state grants. We have to incur expenses. We have to pay out of our own bank account before we can actually go to the departments of education at the state or at the federal level to ask for reimbursement. So because of that, the timing difference, it's always going to be there. Federal regulations only allow us to ask for cash advances in very limited circumstances, especially if we have extenuating needs, which is not the case. So we submit a reimbursement every 30 days. The Department of Ed in Phoenix reimburses us every 30 days. So there's always going to be a catch-up period where there is going to be an imbalance at June 30th because we have not submitted a reimbursement at that time. The fund balance deficit in the capital projects, the majority of that has to do with the fact that building renewal grants is part of the other capital projects expenditure funds. So like federal grants, we have to incur expenditures. We have to pay them. We actually have to provide proof to the school facilities board before they will reimburse us for that cost. So the fact that there is a timing difference is not really a structural shortfall. It is the fact that this is an operation that we have no control over. We have to spend $1 million before we get $1 million. That's just the rules of the Department of Administration where BRG lives. This is just kind of showing you cash balances. You can read that at your own leisure. Just to show you what our cash balances are at the county treasurer through June 30th. You can see that basically the average balance at the end of fiscal year 30 was over $132 million in available cash at the Pima County treasurer. So we are not out of cash by any means. The negative unrestricted net position or pension liability. So there are requirements that we have to report our portion of the Arizona State Retirement's pension liability. The state retirement system is comprised of a lot of entities. Every single school district is required to participate, including TUSD. But there is an unfunded liability that these pension funds have. We're required to report our share based on a calculation that they provide to our auditors. And we have to report that on our books. But it is not necessarily our unfunded liability. It's the unfunded liability of the state retirement system. It's just saying this is your portion of the overall unfunded liability. Overall, the state retirement system is fairly well funded. So it is one of the strongest retirement systems in Arizona. So if you're a member of it, we're very lucky to be in it. High debt load and heavy near-term debt. Obviously, there was a significant jump from one year to the next in terms of debt because we issued bonds in April of 2024. Right, this was right after the November 2023 bond election. We issued bonds and we had debt that we had to pay immediately in the 24-25 school year. So those bonds are paid through a dedicated property tax levy. So there is no use of operating funds in order to pay for our bond debt. This is why we issue taxes and collect those in order to pay for that. Approximately 1/3 of our bond debt will be paid or retired by 2030 because this is outstanding debt that goes back to the 2004 issue. Now we do have finance purchases in the district. A lot of those are around things that, one, textbooks. We finance our textbook purchases. In order to maintain cash and capital, we want to make sure that we spread those payments over 5 years in order for us to provide current adoptions to our classrooms. We've done that with vehicles, school buses, with operating software licenses, and some of those obligations are paid from restricted capital sources, which have very limited impact on the operational fund. So we're not really competing with classroom spending because we're using dollars that would not be used in the classroom to begin with. The volatility of non-recurring funds, essentially commitments from the state, structural deficits, and the fact that we've had one-time funding coming through. This is and kind of an ongoing conversation that we've had. This was a concern of the audit committee, and why are we using this? This is exactly what we've talked about, openly in the past: interventionists, counselors, ESSER, one-time funds to pay for ongoing expenses. This idea of budget discipline and transparency, red flags, right? So the fact that we bring, adjustments to the budget. We bring revisions in December and May. And so there's this question that, are we being fully transparent, and do we have the right proper budget discipline in order to, for the fact that we continue to bring these budget adjustments to you for your approval? Unfortunately, some of it is an operation of the statute. Some of this happens outside of our control, and we are required to amend our budgets in order to match what the Department of Education is telling us are our new budget limits. Cash controlled funds, on the other hand, are not budget adopted. So long as there is cash available, there is spending capacity. And a lot of it is these amendments reflect statutory timing and compliance. This is not really a weakness around budgeting, forecasting, or internal controls. This is a big one, interfund borrowing. So there obviously has been a concern in regards to the fact that the district recorded a $16.7 million interfund loan to finance the purchase of a new administration building. So as you recall, you authorized the purchase of a building from the University of Arizona last summer. That acquisition, as was discussed with you, would be financed through interfund loans, one from the Unemployment Insurance Fund and one from the Workers' Compensation Fund, both of which maintain cash balances that exceed their projected liabilities. So the interfund loans are expected to be paid by the end of next fiscal year through the planned sales of the Morrow Ed Center, Carson Middle School, and Lyons Middle School. One thing that needs to be clarified is both that the Unemployment Insurance Fund and the Workers' Compensation Fund are custodial pass-through accounts that collect premiums from operating budgets to then be remitted to the proper locations. We do not pay claims through these funds. So when somebody files for uninsurance, or unemployment insurance rather, we don't pay for an unemployment insurance claim. They file that with the Department of Economic Security. We pay our premiums that we collect from payroll through that fund to DES. Same thing with workers' compensation. We collect premiums through payroll, allocate them to this fund. We pay that directly to the Alliance. The Alliance is the one that handles the claims. They manage the entire workers' compensation. So at no point in time is this cash something that is preventing us from paying claims to people who may have submitted claims against the district for things like workers' compensation. So these do not pay claims. These essentially have more cash than the current and projected liabilities that are in there. Custodial risk policy, the fact that we don't have one. So essentially, our bank is the Pima County Treasurer. His office is the official custodian of all of our district funding, all of our district money, I should say. That is set in statute. Statute also sets how his office is required to safeguard our dollars, collateralize our dollars, and invest our dollars for all of us. So that happens for us, that happens for fire districts, that happens for the county, for example, in every one of the 15 counties. We do not perform our own investments. We don't invest the cash that we hold. The Pima County Treasurer invests the cash. We are required to oversee the funds through monthly reconciliation, through cash flows, and by understanding the county treasurer's investment policy. So that's what our responsibility is, to say that if our books say that we have X millions of dollars, that same number exists at the Pima County Treasurer. But ultimately, he is the custodian of our dollars. He maintains the custodial risk policy. This is why TUSD does not have one. Questions? I know. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez, and thank you to our external auditors for the presentation earlier. I think, a couple of things. All the stressors of everything we're doing tonight, we forgot to kind of take a step back and just thank everyone. I forgot to thank really the audit committee when we were presenting the internal audit candidate. I'll thank them now for this piece, because they did spend some time at our February 13th meeting before we went into the final round of interviews for the internal auditor, reviewing this, asking questions with our external auditors and with our CFO. This was about 20 hours of meetings and work behind the scenes by our volunteer audit committee. So I want to thank all 5 members of our audit committee, one of them who zoomed in from across the seas to be part of this. And so a lot of hard work. And so thank you to the audit committee if any of you are listening tonight. Couple of things that came up during the internal audit committee, or excuse me, the audit committee meeting that stood out to me. There was a lot of talk about some of the issues with the finances in general, but some of the new things that stood out to me, there was some time talked about the length of the audit, how long it took to do this audit. So about 9 months, people were saying that's very long, but our external auditors were talking about how they do a lot of live work the first couple of months while the school year that the audit is for is still happening to check on controls. And a test, what do they say, includes field work, end of school year, being audited to test internal controls. So that's one of the reasons why it's such a long process with this audit, is because a lot of the work in the school year that's being audited, which was the prior school year, being presented tonight. The other issue that came up, and I don't know if our external auditor wants to comment on this, was the adjustment issues that came up. And so our external auditor is doing some adjustments to our books to help support the district. And this is part of the contract that we have with them as part of this audit. So there were some concerns raised by our audit committee on whether this brought into issue with the independence of our external auditor doing this audit, if they're doing some adjustments to our accounts as part of this. And the response was that this is done by a common practice among school districts, and the cost is then built into this external audit, which then is reimbursed by the state, and so actually is a way to get some free work for our financial department without accruing cost onto our district. And so I'll leave it to our external auditors to comment more upon this concern that was raised during the audit committee meeting.
Sure. Dr. Shaw, members of the board, Dr. Trujillo, thank you for having us here this evening. The adjustments that Dr. Shaw is referring to are adjustments made to the audited financial statements to convert them from a cash basis, which is recorded in the trial balance, to a modified accrual and an accrual basis. So the modified accrual statements end up being the fund level statements in the ACFR that you've reviewed, and then the full accrual end up being the government-wide statements. And as mentioned, this is a very common process. In fact, in Arizona, I'm not aware of any other districts that prepare these adjustments. They have the auditors prepare these adjustments, as we have done. But how we regulate the independence of that, which we take very seriously, as a profession and as a firm, is beginning with the engagement letter. When the audit starts, it highlights any non-audit services that we prepare, so including preparing those accrual and modified accrual adjusting entries. And within that process, in the letter, it explains that that's a non-audit service, and it also identifies the person within the district who is going to oversee us providing those service, and thus review those entries and take responsibility for those. And that acts as the internal control that makes sure that independence isn't impaired. And so within the engagement letter and within our files, we have documented that those controls need to exist, and that they do exist, and who the district is taking responsibility for those, so that we have in fact determined that independence is not impaired.
Thank you for addressing that. Governing board members, any questions about this or any other items presented tonight in this topic? Seeing none, I think tonight we have to accept the CAFR, is that correct? Can you tell me about what we're voting on exactly?
Yeah, so the statute requires that you accept the CAFR. You're not necessarily agreeing to the contents of it, and the vote has to be a roll call vote.
Okay. Ms. Shaw.
Hello?
Microphones are not your friend today.
Shout.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
If you can speak to, I'm looking up a USFR Uniform System of Finance Records and the questionnaire, in my email, and I'm seeing from 2024, 2025, and even 2026 non-compliance from the Auditor General. Can you speak to that? I'm worried if we're always out of compliance, just hesitant to even approve this, because I fear it's just not accurate and it's just going to keep us in non-compliance.
Right. So I will tell you, there are two separate things. The audited financial statements are one component. It's a review. It's an audit of our actual controls. It's actually a review of our financials. and our books. The USFR compliance questionnaire, which is what you're asking about, that does talk about specific controls, internal controls, and certain weaknesses that we may have had. There was at one point in time a non-compliance letter issued by the Auditor General in regards to the USFR compliance questionnaire for the fiscal year that ended in June 30 of 2024. We created a corrective action plan in September. The Auditor General's team actually spent a week in early December here at the district, and early last month, they essentially declared us to be in compliance. So they determined that all of the corrective action pieces related to that non-compliance had already been addressed, and those are now clean. Now, Heinfield Meach will issue another USFR compliance questionnaire for the current fiscal year that ended June 30 of 25. Those may have certain components that will still say that they're non-compliant. The timing issue is going to be that they looked at everything through June 30 of 2025. When the Auditor General's team visited in early December, they looked at all of our activity from July 1 of 25 through November of 25. So they looked at everything in fiscal year 26. So because they wanted to see, are we currently now in this fiscal year in compliance? They determined in a letter that they issued, which is posted on the Auditor General's website, that we are. So there are two separate things. The audited financial statements do inform some of that USFR CQ, but the CQ itself is an independent review that is separate from the audited financial statements, also conducted by Heinfield Beach.
I'll move the item as presented.
I'll second.
Item moved by myself and second by Ms. Luna Rose. Ms. Braboa.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes.
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes, item passes 4-1. All right, thank you. Thank you for being here so late. Okay, let's see where we are in our agenda now. So I think we'll go to consent, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Dr. Trujillo, we have a consent agenda, item 6. Item 6.
Yes, President Shaw, governing board members, I recommend passage of the consent agenda as arranged, item 6.2 to 6.6.
Governing board members, are there any items that you'd like to have some clarifying questions? Mr. Romero?
I'd like to actually have more of a discussion on 6.2, clarification on 6.3, and a separate vote on 6.4, please.
Item 6.3, I know we can take care of that one. I know you and I talked a
Okay.
little bit earlier, so.
Yeah, so I just wanted to double check on here, just kind of the way it was confusing to me on here, how we're, looking at it to now create a couple different schools or non-schools to schools. Can you help me understand what the purpose of this resolution is, please, on 6.3?
Yeah, the resolution is going to be largely a financial benefit to the district because now Brickta and Shoemaker are two infant and early learning centers, now with the designation and recognition by the State Facilities Board as schools. They'll now qualify for State Facilities Board funding. So if the roof goes, domestic water line problems, before this designation, they would have been ineligible to submit projects for building renewal grants. Now being designated as a school, they're also going to be able to collect tax credits, gifts and donations, and of course the big win is School Facilities Board funding that will come their way.
But it's not looking at any other additional type of grade levels, K through 5, K
No,
through 3?
no, that's not. No, it's the recognition that the students, our youngest learners, are in an educational program.
Great.
That is a result of the amazing work that the director, Ms. Kiewit, has done with her team in actually implementing a standardized curriculum, which helps it establish itself as an actual educational program, which now we will get those benefits of being able to submit for capital assistance with School Facilities Board.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
And then for 6.2, did you want to have a separate vote or just some discussion on that?
Discussion on that one.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Romero.
So on this re-agreement for singular wireless AT&T, I guess is what it was. So they want to extend this for 30 years. From what I understand, it's been going on for a lot longer. you know, and I know my biggest thing, and I've mentioned it before, so it's not really a secret, the health risk, the microwave radiation, you know, emitted by these things at our schools. You know, and then it has a number that's associated with it, and I see we have escalator charges that we're getting every 5 years and things of that nature. So I was just doing a little bit of study. If we're gonna continue to keep putting this, you know, this microradiation at our schools, are we really getting the proper amount of money for these things that are at our school? I was just doing a little search, and there was a company called Vertical Consultants who do things for, you know, organizations, and I know we do consulting and other aspects of it. Are we actually getting enough money for what they're, you know, what they're getting for? And another question I have is, they want to do this for another 30 years. So technology is improving. You know, there's other things like Starlink where you don't need a tower. I believe this technology is on its way to being obsolete. Why 30 years? If what I understand, it was 30 years and we've been doing this, so this will be a total of 60 years. Why would we want to be locked in on a 30-year, an additional 30-year lease versus maybe look at it 5 years? And again, another thing is selling of a property also comes to mind. What problems are we going to have with selling a property that has a cell phone or cell tower on that we're stuck in a contract with? I know there's a lot.
Okay, Member Romero, President Shaw, members of the board. I'll start with the last one because that's the one I remember. The question of how long we're going to be willing to move forward with it, really that's up to us. We don't have to move forward more than 5 years. We can move forward 10 years. We can go back to them and make a proposal, and they can decide whether it's worth it for them to continue. My guess is they'll continue. So we're not locked into that 30 years. That's just what they want for security.
And has there been any looking forward as far as this old technology, because it's been out there for a while? What, you know, and from what I understand, they're in charge. If there's something that's wrong with it, they have to take care of the property itself, the tower.
Yes, they have to do all the maintenance on the tower. They pay for all the utilities.
So I guess, again, one of my biggest things, and I don't know, and maybe, you know, Mr. Hamadi would know more of this, is that technology still going to be, is that something we're still going to be needing on our high schools? And I understand we're getting some money for those types of things, but what, you know, I guess, in extending it for 30 years, you know, I could be, you know, like I said, when you have different technologies, like I said, Starlink, where they're just coming down, you know, from the satellites, versus radiating out in our community, I guess it just doesn't make sense to me unless there's something I'm missing with technology. Okay. And I see.
Yeah. Thank you. Good question. In technology, with Starlink in specific, it will not necessarily replace all technology or medium-level technology. It's all, let me give you another example. It's like electric cars, right? Electric cars are here. People who don't want to use gas may buy electric car or hybrid, but you still have car running on gasoline. Same thing with technology. The wireless system that we have right now for the towers will at least be here for 5, 10, or more years, at least. I see your point about 30 years. That can be negotiable, but 5 or 10 years or anywhere in there, the technology will be here, even if it's replaced by Starlink or something else, some AI component. And also remember, Starlink will not be free. So if you have to replace a tower with a Starlink component, you still have to have routers and switches and things like receivers to receive that technology as well. So there will be some financial component as well.
That helps me understand a little bit more, I guess, and I'm sure a lot of other people out there that might have had that same type of question. As far as this kind of goes back to Mr. Nodine again, back on, like, if we have it for a long period of time, selling a property. And I know we kind of talked about earlier today, the potential of consolidating schools. And, you know, what I see here, we need to be looking forward, thinking on a lot of these types of things. And I know one of our lower enrolled schools out on the east side of town, a couple years back, had a cell tower proposed on that property. And for, say, 30 years or whatever the case may be, we'll just say it was 20, I don't recall, it was a couple years back. If that school ends up being closed and we were able to sell that properly and we're stuck in a 20-year lease because of a cell tower that we have on there, and then other properties that we might have to sell, that we might have things that were locked in the contract, I want us to be forward thinking of the possibility of what it's going to cost us. Like I said, if we were to put a cell phone on this other school that was on the east side, try to sell that property, we wouldn't be getting full value for that property if that ever were to happen. So that being said, and I don't say that Rincon's going to be sold, but I think a lower time frame, like Mr. Murray was saying, 5-10 years, if we know the technology is going to be around there. What would be the benefit of us if we do 30 years? You know, are they locked in if they don't use that service anymore? Are they still going to be paying us for that over that 30 years would be the only, I think, benefit for us?
They still have to pay us if they keep the tower, but they have the right to remove the tower. So at any point, they can cancel the lease as long as they restore the grounds to its original condition.
Okay, so even if we give them this extension that they decided to move it,
Yeah.
take it out, they have that clause in their contract.
Yeah.
Now, another question, if, say, that same tower sells AT&T and they say, hey, we want to invite T-Mobile to be on that tower, do we get any extra money on that when they share a tower?
Depends on the lease. Some of the leases have a co-location provision. This one doesn't have a co-location provision, but it has a provision where we look at things as being significant changes. Any significant changes, we want to renegotiate the lease.
Okay. Well, I guess my biggest concern would be that 30-year amount, length of time. You know, I'm going to let the other board members, you know, hash that on out. Again, I'm not a big fan of, you know, the microradiation on any of our school campuses. Yes, we're more developed when we're in high school versus a grade school. But I just wanted to bring out some other things that are issues that I know people had brought up to me. So I appreciate, you know, you answering the questions, and Mr. Marty for coming on up out of the audience to help me out too.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Mr. Romero. I do agree. I don't think this is appropriate on our school campuses for the amount of money we're getting annually, $26,000 split between 2 high schools. It just doesn't make sense. It's a blight on the campus, and it does have potential health impacts, I feel. And as you said, Mr. Romero, it's difficult to sell a property if we ever need to with an existing cell tower on it. It's one of the issues we're having with 1010. And so I will not be supporting this item.
All right, so I will make, so it looks like we're going to pull this item from the consent agenda. So I'll move the consent agenda minus items, is it 6.2 and 6.4 that you wanted to pull as well, right? Is there a second?
Second.
All right, item moved by myself, seconded by Mr. Romero. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Let's vote on item 6.2 now. I'll make a motion to accept 6.2 as proposed.
Second.
Item moved by myself and seconded by Ms. LaRose. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
All right, item passes 3-2. Next, we have 6.4. Approval to award request for proposal custodial paper products and services. Mr. Romero, you pulled that item?
Yes, I just want to do a separate vote on that, please.
All right, I will move the item.
I'll second.
Item moved by myself, seconded by Ms. Ekstrom. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1. All right, next we'll move on to our public hearing, 7.1, public hearing for the Tucson Unified School District Annual Report for the 24-25 school year. Thank you. Okay. Public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during the annual report public hearing portion of the agenda. The board president shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining proper order by setting such limitations as may be appropriate. Speakers during the public hearing should restrict their remarks to topics related to the annual report. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum of 3 minutes. Individuals speaking before the board shall observe rules of propriety and good conduct and refrain from impertinent or slanderous remarks. Contents of this card are public information. We'll start with Ms. Sylvia Campoy, followed by Pilar Acosta Ruiz.
In general, the 2024-25 1,373-page desegregation report is a significant contradiction between what is outlined in the desegregation court order and what is currently being rolled out. The court and the Fisher, Mendoza, and plaintiffs demanded research-based programs and data-based accountability, yet the report lacks viable, statistically sound outcome data and suitable corresponding recommendations. No evidence is shown that the governing board has read, commented on, and or voted on the report, yet board member names are printed on the document as if the board owns the work product. I don't believe you do. The authenticity of the compliance document is minimal because there's no data to prove that most of what is being reported is actually taking place. There's no oversight internally for desegregation at this time. From what I've heard tonight, and I'm going impromptu, piece by piece, the desegregation order is being changed for fiscal reasons, not for outcomes, not for Black children, not for Latino children. You are putting $64 million, which you receive every year, at risk by allowing your staff to play with the desegregation court order. I will send you the entire statement because I think it's also very important to point out that when you host a public meeting for residents, taxpayers, homeowners, longtime committed former employees, board members, when you invite them into your household, almost at the top of your agenda, and then ask them to speak at 10 o'clock, it's simply rude. We're not paid consultants. We're not on your payroll. We're here because we are committed to this district, and you treat us like dirt.
Next, we have Pilar Acosta Ruiz, followed by Lillian Fox.
Good evening. I'm Pilar Acosta Ruiz. Thank you, President Shaw, for getting my name correct. So yes, I agree with Sylvia. It is almost 10 o'clock at night. And I think that my history of coming to these kind of things is that the public hearings are always pushed as late as possible because then everybody's gone. The house was packed earlier. And I couldn't even find it on the website till I looked it up tonight here, and it was here. So I don't think we do a good job of letting the public know that there's a hearing. But I wanted to just talk a little bit about, we're not dumb, right? And trust is lacking in this district. And, when people come up here and kind of just do their song and dance, it doesn't increase the trust. I thought I heard the CFO say that, the AG website had been updated. I just looked it up. It still says we're in high risk, and it didn't look any different to me. It's still got a bunch of red little things on it. And it's very interesting to me how the audit report says it's unmodified, like there's no concerns with it, yet you have the state coming in here and telling us a totally different story. And maybe there's some minutia things in there that make some sense as to why, but like I said earlier, whether the things are true or not, the perception is important, right? And so you know what? I'm tired of coming up here and talking just as much as you all are tired of most of us coming up here and talking, which is hence why you don't pay any attention, some of you. But if you want us to quit coming, then maybe start working for the people that pay taxes in this district and the people that care about the kids. And we would all, I'm sure, love to not have to be here on Tuesday nights advocating for the role of the governing board. I looked up the role of the governing board the other day too. You guys are the oversight for the district. It is your job to pay attention to what is happening in this district. It is your job to pay attention to what the administrators are doing or not doing. It is not our job to come up here and ask you to do it. So the unmodified piece of this report that came out from the external auditors, I'll say it again. They were hired when Sanchez was here. They did not apply the next year because of all the controversy, yet somehow we've hired them again, and you're paying them to do the work that they explained. That you should have a CFO that knows how to do accrual accounting. I mean, it's $500 million budget, and I don't know, hopefully, if you guys want to get rid of us, and please do a better job.
Next, we have Lillian Fox, followed by Betts Putnam Hidalgo.
My name's Lillian Fox. Dr. Ravi, you are so brilliant. Scheduling the public hearing after the board has already voted on the financial statements. The district has never been smart enough to do that before. You are to be commended for your brilliance. And by the way, I'm complaining to the state of Arizona about it. That's not legal. Okay, you really got taken for a ride tonight. Your CFO added $66 million to the department's budgets this year. And then he's telling you got to cut this stuff for next year. He should get rid of the $66 million he added to the budget this year. Go back to last year's budget. Furthermore, when he cut $66 million from the or added $66 million to the department's budgets in this year's budget, he cut the elementary schools, that's the K through 5 ones, by $6 million. And he got you to vote to cut stuff tonight. Furthermore, Highfield Meach, they, for 5 years, Sanchez misappropriated teachers' performance money and used it to cover Sanchez's overspending of his other funds. That came out after 5 years because you had to read 5 years footnotes. Highfield Meach never told the board about it, never pointed it out to the audit committee, so nobody knew until somebody sent an anonymous note, and I worked out the damn math. Now, the TUSD ended up having to pay $17 million retroactively to the teachers. And teachers who'd retired more than a year before the payout, they got nothing. Now, the other thing in the audit committee meeting, a new member of the audit committee said to Highfield Meach, how long have you been auditing TUSD's books? They said, 3 years. It's 20 years plus 3 years. When I walked out the door with the accountant's boss, who was here tonight, I said, it wasn't 3 years. And she said, but there was a break between the 20 years and the 3 years. You cannot trust this accounting firm as far as you can throw them. They should have been sued for what they did to TUSD with the $17 million of retroactive pay. Now, furthermore, another problem with this statement, your CFO is saying we're going to lose 30% fewer people in the WSC for this coming year. So in other words, we're not going to continue on our same downward slope. We're going to get a little better. That makes a huge difference in your funding. That means that what you approve tonight and the way the financial statement is overestimating how much money you're going to have. And that's bad, because you don't just lose M&O money when your WSC numbers go down. You lose grant money, you lose Title I money, because almost everything except the DSEG fund is based on enrollment. So when he overestimates your enrollment, you're getting screwed.
All right, next we have Bets Putnam Hidalgo.
Hi. With all due respect, it's Hidalgo. Hidalgo was a very famous person in Mexico. And so it makes me kind of crazy when people call me Hidalgo, which happens all the time. Back to the desegregation issue. Boy, when the district lost outside supervision, the district really lost interest in desegregation. Every time Hernandez talks about it, it sounds like a shell game. Every time. District desegregation funds do not end up going where they are supposed to go. They end up covering for other monies that he wants to move around. It's incredibly worrisome if you care at all about desegregation. I tried to read the report. The report is like bureaucratic gobbledygook. I think AI might have written it. It has many words and says very little. But one of the things that it does say, kind of repeatedly, is that for hiring and for number of principals and for other things, the numbers for African Americans are not as high as the rest of the country, but they're not as low as the rest of the state. My question is the rest of the state getting $64 million to keep those numbers higher? They are not. We are, and our, as best I could tell, because like I said, I don't think it's very well written, we are not fulfilling our commitment to desegregation. And at some point, particularly in a state like this, taxpayers are going to get really, really angry about that. And they're going to say, forget it. You know, you keep using this money as a slush fund, you keep moving it around in order to use M&O funds where you want to, and you keep not having results. At some point, you're going to lose it. You're risking $64 million if you don't put some oversight onto this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone who spoke. Mr. Ross, is this for the board now to respond to criticism? There was no script on this piece.
The board can have a discussion, but this is really the
There's no
public hearing.
action.
No, there's no action on it.
Okay.
If the board wants to have a later agenda item at another meeting, certainly take up details of the report, but yeah, this is just the public hearing, not an action.
Governing board member, any questions, comments? Ms. Shaw.
I just want to thank everyone who spoke today. I apologize sincerely that this was pushed to the end of the agenda. That is not okay, and next time I'll do better to try to advocate for it to be at the top of the agenda. And I appreciate your continued advocacy. I would like for this to be on a future agenda item for us to discuss.
All right, next we have item 8.9, approval to procure goods and services for quarter 3 and quarter 4, fiscal year 25-26 bond project priorities. Dr. Trujillo.
Dr. Carter, our bond program manager, I'm excited because we're finally to flooring, which I've been excited about since we won, and I'm excited to see Mission View. That flooring has been long waiting to be redone and replaced. So without further ado, we've got a couple of projects up for consideration. Dr. Carter.
Thank you. To Dr. Shaw, the president, and governing board members, I am here to present the approval to procure goods and services for quarter 3 and 4, but also want to honor Black History Month, and I'm wearing my African attire. So the Bond Oversight Committee approved the project request and determined the priorities for implementation. The upcoming priority bond projects include the purchase of Miller Elementary School summer renovations, which includes concrete flooring, modular improvements, portable demolition. Also, Mission View Elementary School summer renovations, flooring, and Wheeler Elementary School fencing gates, which is an emergency. This will require procurement of goods and services, which will need to be done in a timely manner to keep within the time frames established by the bond. Program department, vendor quotes are currently being collected to begin work. I want to draw your attention to the project list for quarter 3 and 4, where I have these various projects. As we stated, the Miller Elementary School, and the description kind of gives a little bit more detail without doing a full scope of work. But for Miller Elementary School, and what we're doing is on these first two, on 1A and 1B, these are schools that we already have temporarily shut down for domestic water line. So this is our attempt to be able to do some other building renovations while the school doesn't have students and doesn't have faculty there. So with the Miller summer renovations, it's going to be concrete to remove the asphalt. And can you make that just a little bit bigger? I'm a little bit old. So and re-pour the concrete to allow for ADA access to the portable. And then also flooring. And I do want to mention, work directly with the principal and the staff, asking them the things that are most important to them, and these are the things that were identified. The vinyl tile, the walk-off carpet tile, the rubber covering base for the modulars, and then in particular modular 112, some improvements, and then the demolition of portable 123. For the Mission View summer renovations, we wanted to remove the floor from 9 classrooms in the library, and then we want to do the LVT, which is the luxury vinyl tile and carpet. And then lastly, we had under the health, security, and safety category of the bond, the Wheeler fencing reprioritization as an emergency. We wanted to, it wasn't part of the original 32 that we had gotten approved. It's about almost a year ago. So what we're asking on that is to reprioritize that for immediate installation of that security fence at that campus. And if we can go to the detail of that, it'll show, yes, exactly how much those costs are. So you can look at that for yourself. For the Miller summer renovation, it's estimate of and we do actually have the quotes on these, is $105,426. The Mission View for the flooring is estimate is $157,000, and then for the security gates and fencing, $98,900. And it is super exciting because, as you know, we're working with the various schools and finding out what their needs are. As Dr. Trio said, that, flooring is a concern, and it is, we're really proud to be able to start doing some of the projects based on the needs of the school. So what we would like for tonight is a motion to grant authority to the purchasing director in conjunction with the bond program manager, myself, to procure goods and services using approved TUSD and cooperative contracts for the new wave of bond projects not to exceed 20% contingency, where single purchase may exceed $250,000, or for the cumulative purchase with the cooperative contract vendors in excess of $250,000. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Carter, and thank you for coming with just festive gear tonight. It's so great to see the bright colors. And thank you for bringing some great feel-good items from our bond. You know, one of the big issues was trying to get more cosmetic things and make our school buildings be more inviting for students and families, as well as our teachers and staff that are in them day in, day out. So glad to have some things like these to be able to approve tonight. Governing board members, any questions? Go ahead first. Ms. Shaw, followed by Mr. Romero, followed by Ms. Luna Rose.
Thank you for the presentation. I do want to say you look fabulous. For the vinyl flooring, is that, well, can you describe it? Is like the luxury vinyl flooring, is that like the wood vinyl? Because I'm concerned that it has like limited lifespan. Like there's some like that vinyl wood that if you like chip one edge of it, it just all starts coming up. You know what I mean? So, like, what's the longevity of this new flooring?
I'll have Damon Ballesteros, our construction manager, speak on that, but I do know what you're talking about, but this is not that.
Yes, good evening, President Dr. Ravi, governing board members. So the LVT that's going to be used, it's consistent. It's not what you're envisioning. They're 24 by 24. It's a luxury vinyl tile, which is a little thicker than your standard vinyl composition tile like you see here. The advantages of LVT are they come with an automatic wear layer on top, and they already come with on that wear layer, a sheen layer also. The warranties are anywhere between 15 to 20 years, and it reduces the overall maintenance that's required. And what we're looking at doing is the tiles that we presented to the sites were, they looked like a polished concrete look. So they'll be 24 by 24 with a polished concrete look when they're finished on the floors.
All right, I guess, David, maybe don't go too far. So I see we have the LVT, and I love the LVT that we have going for Mission View, but I see over here at Miller, we're just doing the standard flooring. I'm guessing that's just a standard vinyl like we have over here. Is there, other than cost reasons, is there a reason why we have one for the other, one for one and one for the other?
Yeah, so what we took a look at is, again, the application and where we're putting it in. In these locations, a lot of the classrooms are going to get done at Miller. And then the portable, what happens in the portables, because it's a flexible floor, it's a lot easier to use that type of surface on that.
Okay, that makes sense as far as on that goes. Now, you kind of mentioned this type of LVT we're getting over there at Mission View. Where are we at in discussions of getting pricing for polished concrete flooring? Pulling up, we have existing and doing that, because warranty-wise, again, with LVT, 15, 20 year, low maintenance, but with polished concrete flooring, I'm sure the warranty on that is stronger with a lot less maintenance. Have we had more of these discussions? I know I brought it up before because I know everybody loves me talking about flooring, and I do too. But anyways, can you give us any updates on that?
Yes, most definitely. So we've taken a look at the cost benefit for both polished concrete as well as utilizing a luxury vinyl tile. And it depends again on the applicability and where it's being used. Some of the areas that you have, especially in your older elementaries, when you start picking it up, you have what's called the ghosting effect. So it doesn't matter how much you grind the floor, you're going to have that ghosting effect. And when we take a look at it, we provide that visual to the principals, and when you take a look at it, the polished concrete will look nice, but you still have that ghosting. So when you look down a corridor, it still looks like you have VCT tiled down, and they didn't like that look. So when we provided them the alternative of we can go with an LVT that's a little bigger, 24 inch by 24 inch. You get that same look as polished concrete with utilizing a LVT tile to go on top. So again, it just depends on the applicability and really what it looks like moving forward. Some of the spots that we are utilizing the polished concrete, because it did come out really good, is the governing board approved the vocational building at Tucson High, the renovations of the second and third floor east wings, and we just presented on the third floor to the site administration 2 different polished concrete looks, and we are going to utilize that piece because that ghosting is not prevalent in the corridors.
Okay, so it sounds like based on what we're running across, both from a aesthetics point as well as functionality type of a point, we're going to be adjusting the type of tiles we're using for that. Is that a good?
Yes, that's right on. And again, it goes back to the applicability and what's the best use and a cost-benefit ratio that we take a look at when.
So just looking at other things, maintenance is always a part of any of these different types of things. So now, because just like this situation, and of course I understand portables, like I know, we have that limited options when it comes to portables, not pouring concrete in those. Maintenance for like Miller's floors are now going to be more than, well, the same because that's what they're replacing, but in Mission View, that's going to be less expensive for them for maintenance and the labor to polish and buff and do all those things. But is on Mission View, it's not all the flooring, it's flooring in certain areas like their cafeteria and other areas. So it's not the full area, it's in specific areas, correct?
That is correct. And that was, as Dr. Carter mentioned earlier, when we did a site walk with the administration, they identified their priority areas that they wanted done.
Got it. And before I move on to Wheeler, I just want to again say to facilities or for the maintenance there at Mission View, she does a phenomenal job. She is one of the best in our district. And I just want to make sure that she knows, or if principal's listening, she can tell her. Wheeler, I know we have that urgency where we had the car running over to the fence. What are we doing, wrought iron in certain areas? What are we doing at Wheeler with this fencing? I know and understand the urgency of it. Are we just getting chain link like that, or are we getting partial, kind of like we did at Henry? Or do you know?
1 second. Give me 1 second.
Oh, by the way, while you're looking for that, I'm surprised someone didn't roll out the red carpet for you today. You look marvelous, and you're setting a new level of fashion.
And if I could just say, I'm glad Mission View's not doing the hallway flooring because it makes that little noise. I remember that from when I was little and we would go vote and so yeah, it was just.
Side note.
I lived across this, my dad lives across the street, so.
So at Wheeler, it is going to be a combination of the 8 feet chain link fence as well as the ornamental wrought iron.
Fantastic. And I know it was an urgency that kind of came on up, and I am very grateful for the bond department for bringing this up quicker to our attention to address that and not just putting a Band-Aid on it, just throwing up another chain link in that area, spending good money at just fixing a problem versus let's say, hey, let's spend, they're on our bond list, let's spend this money now to give them what they need because of this situation. For that, I want to just applaud the bond committee or bond department for that, Dr. Carter, for taking those things in consideration, because the last thing voters want to see is us spending good money at a bad situation that's going to have to be repaired later on. So thank you for myself and a lot of the constituents that reached out to me on that too.
With that said, Mr. O'Meara, you want to move the item?
No. Yes, I'll move the item.
All right, I'll second.
Very quickly.
Go ahead, Ms. Lino. Sorry, I forgot you had a
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to say, you look fabulous. That's the only thing I wanted to tell you.
You like have stood out all night in the sea of red, so appreciate you. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you for all your work, and thank you for our Bond Oversight Committee for all its work as well.
Thank you.
Good night. Dr. Trujillo, future agenda items, meetings.
We've got two. We're going to be back with departmental recommendations coming up on March 10th. And then in our second governing board meeting in March, we're going to be looking at the preschool implementation plan with override funds that have been targeted for the expansion. We're excited to have Mrs. Kiewit and her team bring that forward for all of you.
And we still have our executive session only scheduled for next week, Tuesday.
Executive session for March 3rd, yes.
That's at 5 p.m. or is it 4:30? What time
I
is
believe
it?
it's at 5 p.m., right, Ms. Barboa? Okay.
All right, and that'll be the Zoom only. Okay. All right, I'll conclude this meeting. Thank you, everyone.